Hello Internet, I'm HamsterBomb and you guys are joining me for an art commission stream. I have not done these in a long time and I'm sorry about that. I should have been doing these like at least once a month, and I want to start a bit more of a habit of doing that because I've been trying to rework a lot of things lately. I'm really busy and I'm hoping to at least have like a stream a week again. I've been like so wrapped up in other projects. Namely, there is a huge project coming out really soon of the graphic novel that I was originally doing some Wycademy streams with, and if I don't have commissions, I'm going to jump on and definitely start working more on that with you guys. So expect to see more of that. Also expect to see the Kickstarter page for the first chapter of that coming very soon. I still love that hoodie. I love this hoodie too. It was so much better right when I got it. Like, this material, you can kind of see it's like beating up. It was super soft, and it's not soft anymore. It's just bumpy, but I like the look of it though. Anyway, what's going on, guys? Camera French, Squad Fam. What was I saying? I was saying a thing. Anyway, I think I'm in the Discord room. We're kind of waiting on Rowan right now to jump in, and I'm also doing the Pokemon stuff today. Your audio and video are off sync for you. For me, what I can see, it looks like it's pretty much on sync. So, okay, yeah, reloading should do it. Hop on, eating a biscuit. All right, cool. So while we're waiting on Ronan really quick, I want to make sure that I explain a couple things really quick. Hamster Washington said of doing online school. Well, I mean, as long as your studies are fine, then alright. Because technically, what I'm doing is just going to be showing you guys digital art stuff anyway, so you could argue that it's an instructional thing. As long as you're actually asking questions, though. Really need to trade for my Q Charm Shiny. Oh, good, Ben, sweet. I was going to say that next. I completely, with all the comic stuff and trying to transition to playing with myself videos and stuff like that, I completely forgot to do the remainder of the Q Charms, and we have, like, Ben, I know you have one. You have Furret, Toe Milk. We also have Paige, Nexus, Harry, and Robin who need to show up, hopefully at one point. I tried to give you guys an announcement yesterday on the community thing. I don't know how useful that is. Yes, we're listening to the World soundtrack. I don't know how useful that thing is to let people know about this kind of stuff, but I'm still here today. What games are we trading for Q Charm Shiny? I have them in Ultra Moon right now, so that's as high up as I can go. No idea what Streamlabs automatically timed you out for there, Raiko Dante. Hopefully it wasn't erroneous. Let me see, just want to make sure. Oh, spamming caps. Yeah, it's a bummer that it jumped in like that. Oh, hey, Ron, is that you?
Yep.
Real quiet. I might have to mess with the audio.
I probably should just talk louder, I guess. The phone was kind of far away from me.
Well, the problem is on my end, and I got a volume mixer. See, the issue is I have my Firefox audio, which is what's playing the music, at full blast, and you're coming through Discord, so if I lower it in OBS, I'm lowering you and Firefox at the same rate. So I'm going to drop Firefox by half, and then, like, double the audio, so you should be louder now. Try it again.
Hello.
That's better. Okay. Cool. Hopefully the audio for the music is still good, guys. Is there any place you can display which shinies are left to be traded and who they're going to be traded to on screen? I can, sure. Because what I was going to say after that, sorry, Roan popped in. Or is it Ronin? I know you've changed it. Is it back and forth, or there was another user who was doing?
My real name is Rowan, like R-O-W-A-N.
Okay, that's where I'm getting confused. I know your real name was one of the two, and then like your YouTube or usernames.
And then,
yeah.
When I was a kid, when I made like my first gaming accounts, I was like, oh, I should change my name a little bit. So I just switched out one letter, and that's why all my accounts have Ronin on them.
Got it. All right. So, hold on. Reserves. This might be it. I think I actually have it right now. Hold on. It's add an existing one of the Q-Train reserves. I think I've actually got this. Sweet, yeah, check this out. So I've actually already got this created. These are the remaining Pokemon that need to be given away. I'll make it much smaller, obviously, so it's not in our way, but big enough, hopefully, so we can still see it. I'm gonna put that about here. So, that is gonna show us what Pokemon still need to be traded. I have my game on over here at the same time. I'm not gonna go online until I hear somebody's, like, here and wants to trade and is ready to go. But, you know, I might as well just, like, leave it online now. I'm gonna have this over to the side, and by the way, it's not gonna make any noise. Not for you guys, but for me either. So I'll have no idea if someone is actually trying to contact me. So you're gonna have to use this stuff.
Do you want me to be on chat duty again?
What was that?
Do you want me to be on chat duty again?
It would help. I feel kind of bad that I'm having you do that. Well, I mean, Squad was gonna jump in today, but he's not feeling really well. It's a bummer. I was also just saying, I don't know if you heard me, I'm planning on trying to get back into doing like at least one live stream a week again. And I want to alternate what I was doing. Kim and I were kind of blasting through Final Fantasy. So for a long time, like, the Wycademy benefits weren't really happening. Because when I was drawing, I was working exclusively on the comic. Kim and I have really been busting that out so that the upcoming Kickstarter can launch. It's coming really soon. Which means you guys are going to be able to read a ton of our stuff. Power just went out for half of Malta. Wow. Well, I guess that happens. You know, how many power generating plants can there possibly be in Malta? That stinks. But anyway, aside from that, like, we were blasting through Final Fantasy, and now that that's done, I feel like I can finally get back to finishing this. This has been bothering me that I haven't done this in so long. I'm gonna have more regular Wycademy streams. Jumping back into Monster Hunter occasionally. There's nothing for us to really do, but I know there's people who want to be able to hunt with me, and they have voice chat thing. I want to have the reason for that. Also, Rowan, you have a couple games. One in particular we know I can do, and I'm going to be doing that one first. Yeah,
that's the one I'm the most excited for, honestly.
You know, me too. I'm really excited for that. And just because it's the next game I'm doing, I might as well tell people. So what I'm going to be doing very soon, I'm not sure how soon, because I might do, like I just said, a Monster Hunter stream between here, because I feel kind of bad that people haven't been able to jump in and do the voice chat
specifically
hunting stuff
Thomas.
with me. Because the game that we want to start is actually a single player thing, and it wouldn't affect, you know, other players concurrent. Would be, it's called Black Mesa, which is basically a fan-made remake of the original Half-Life. And the original Half-Life is a masterpiece, so I'm very excited to basically see that game looking really snazzy. I don't know how long exactly the remake is, if it's like very faithful to it and it's the exact same length, or they've messed with it, or if it's just, you know, very traditional and it's the same length. But regardless, we're gonna go live streaming through it, and I'm gonna leave on the voice chatting for live stream lobbies. So we'll at least have that opportunity. You guys are gonna be able to talk and help me through while I have to crowbar aliens in the face. Why is this music so familiar? This is Monster Hunter World. By my calculations, Molly has 4 in her HP, around 60 through 80 in speed. Who's Molly? What's he talking about? Oh, so level,
he said
his
update,
Pokemon
yeah.
that he got it from Q-Charm. Level 40's now.
Also, Ben Carvel said he's ready to go.
Oh, Ben, awesome. Okay, how about we should show up in your friend group? Awesome. Let's do that before we move on with starting the art today. I've got something really fun. A very unique idea came from Rowan here. I'm gonna back out, I guess, on my game. I don't even have the capture card plugged in right now, as you can see, because we don't need to see that. Plus, it's kind of glitchy. Ben, I don't know if I had you set up on here at all. It says you're not online. Do I have to add you, or should show up in your friend group? So if we're already there, it's weird I don't see you right now. I'm gonna go back into the game. But anyway. Rowan, did you have the opportunity to open up the Wycademy text room, like the chat room?
Oh yeah, I saw the cool dragon pictures that you sent. That was nice.
They were cool, doll. So,
I love them.
one of my early comics I was working on that I created was I shouldn't say was, because eventually I might go back to it and work some more on it. I'd like to. I really like the story. But I just kind of was going full on 100% on my new one. So anyway, Ben, if you see me live, send me the request. I am watching my game right now. But anyway, I'm going to keep talking about this game. This comic I was doing. The comic is called Dawn. Unfortunately spelled even the same way as an existing comic, Dawn, and has zero relation to it whatsoever. It's actually God, it's such a hard... My old comics are so hard to explain to people. Basically, the setting is on a fictitious island, kind of near the Caribbean, and it's large enough. Actually, I'm going to compare it to Malta. It's about that same size. I didn't know about Malta at the time, but Gavin is inviting to trade. I don't see a Gavin on here, so I'm going to nope. But anyway, on this island, more than half the story is focusing on the characters and kind of jumping between them and switching main characters each issue. And the main character, he's got this really weird psychological issue where it's fictitious, of course, where his life is led completely out of order. So every time he has like a deja vu moment, he's actually transported to that point in his life, and he's immediately living that instead. And then he'll go, to the past, to the future, and he's kind of trying to figure out what's going on. So there's a bunch of people who live in this really odd, psychiatric ward on this island, and he is one of them. He's probably got the most bizarre problem, and he's the one who focuses as the main character. How do I request a trade? If you're online, you should be able to just hit the big blue button trade, and if we are friends, you should be able to scroll through and see me, Ben. But anyway, so basically this really huge hurricane comes to the island, and the doctors bring all the patients into this bunker, and they get trapped in there, and the only way that they can get out is by the main character, whose name also happens to be Dawn, but spelled differently, D-O-N, not D-A-W-N like the title. And he has to use this ability that he can go backwards and forwards to find a way to get out of the room. And then from there, once they get out, they realize that there's no survivors. The whole island is taken over. They don't know anything about the rest of the world, but basically a bunch of... I am getting a request from Dark. I don't know who that is. Basically a bunch of dragon mythology and crazy dragon stories are all like coming true and happening all at the same time, and it's sort of like a dragon apocalypse, just destroying the island, and they need to somehow survive, just this band of crazy people. And what I was doing with that was like each arc with like the characters, they had to overcome extra hurdles with various dragon mythology bits. And one of the early ones, the early huge ones that they have to deal with, because there's smaller creatures, like I showed in there were amphiters and knuckers that I put in the, you guys can see it too. If you go to Discord in the link below, you can find the Wycademy chat, the text room, and you can actually see I just posted 3 images of this. There's knuckers, these tiny little worm creatures with like spider legs, and they grow very quickly after consuming a lot and turn into, I don't have a drawing of that posted on there. I have this really huge worm, W-Y-R-M, that I did for it. Worms show up at one point. Amphiters are basically flying snakes, no limbs, just flying snakes with blade tails. And the large one, actually it does show up in the first 2 issues. Briefly, it didn't get to complete its story arc, unfortunately. But it's the gargoyle. Not the gargoyle, but it comes from that, but it's the gargoyle. Or rather, the gargoyle came first and inspired the gargoyles. So Aurora, when you finish training with Ben, I've added yours already. Excellent, Aurora. For some reason Ben's still not popping up in here. I think I might just add yours really quickly and check online if Ben's having an issue. So anyway, I was bringing that up because I happen to be doing illustrations, like redoing dragon mythology creatures and figuring out how they would work If you look at that illustration I did of the... oh, my friend list is full. Well, that sucks. How do you remove these again? Delete friend
I never
card.
use it.
There we go. So anyway, one of them, that was definitely going to show up at one point. Wait, there was a Robin in here. I don't know who some of these are. But anyway, I don't know who that is either. Hate being completely full on these. One of them I was going to do later in the book is the Tarrasque, yet I had never gotten a chance to actually illustrate it, though the story actually integrated with one of the characters who was one of the patients at this facility. So, very funny when out of the blue, Rowan requested that I make an illustration of the Tarrasque. I was like, wow, I'm like one of the only people who would actually know what that is. And know how I would redo it. Because if you've seen how I've done the gargoyle, that's at least like an idea of how I would redo the Tarrasque. The gargoyle, the way I had it, it was basically this large serpentine creature, which it was supposed to have a large basin in its back for some reason. So basically I made it so if it was a serpent, yet its rib cage went the other way, it went up and formed this bathtub-like basin through the shoulder blades in its back and held a ton of water. It would then be able to use its tail, and then with like an interior hollow tube, like a suction, it would be able to suck water up through that tail and then siphon, hold it shut, and fill the back up. So if it like leaked its tail into a pond or a swimming pool or something, because of course it's modern day, it'd be able to like bring all that water back into its back, and then it blasts it through. There's several things on its face, like tubes and stuff, because it's supposed to billow out of its mouth. It's the gargler, right? So it like shoots and sprays all this out of its face. Man, I went back out of there and I deleted the friend cards and I forgot to add the new one. Sorry, Roro. Give me a moment here.
Ben says, go ahead, I had to reset my internet.
Okay, that's good. Let me register friend internet. Yeah, Rowan, can you do me a favor? I am dyslexic as crap. Can you read those numbers of Roro's friend code to me?
Where is it?
It's in the chat.
Oh.
It might be hidden.
It might be hidden because I can't see.
Whoops, didn't mean to hide it. Whoops, dang it. Okay, I can see it. It's just, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, Roro, I didn't mean to hide it. Hid for review, deleted message. No, don't delete it. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to read it. It's 3411-6394. If I say them out loud, I can hear it back and it's easier. 2253. Cooking, yay! Alright, hopefully this adds, oh, good, I'm now friends with Roro, good, that actually worked. And you're online, excellent. So that means if I go here, turn the settings back on, yeah, this should be Robin, which has Venonat and Eevee. Specifically Venanope and Beryllium. This was the earliest one that I had set on here. Oh, you know, that reminds me of something. Kai on Patreon. I don't know, when people move from platform to platform, their usernames change, as we were just talking about. And I have no idea if Kai's name has changed from one thing to another, but I need to find Kai in particular. Or was Kai Robin / same person? Because I thought, oh, this is Ben inviting a trade. Excellent. Because I thought this was who I was trying to find. I was trying to send him an email because I'm trying to redo a lot of stuff on Patreon, add a lot of extra perks for people, and I was unable to change some things because someone is still in the old cute charm room of like the what to back on Patreon, and for the same like monthly thing, I just upped what the Bomb Squad was, so I'm trying to give incentive for people to move over and use the Bomb Squad. Alright, so I'm looking for Furret, which is Toe Milk. Ooh, is this? No, that's not Furret. Furret is definitely from Johto. I know my Pokemon, I swear. Toe Milk! Oh, it's named Hamster Bomb. Doll. I will keep it boxed away forever. Named Hamster Bomb. I don't think I have any actual named Hamster Bomb Pokemon. Cool. You didn't recognize the name Tarask, but your description of it threw my recognition out the window. No, oh no, I was describing the Gargoyle. The Tarask.
Yeah, I told him. Okay,
yeah, the Tarask is completely different. He was talking about the Gargoyle, not the Tarask, mostly because it was focusing on the thing. Okay, so the Tarask is, I actually, look at me.
Which
I
one
have
were you
all
gonna
sorts
do?
of research for that old comic. Here's a giant illustration of like a, I don't know if it's
D&D
like
or
a
mythology?
pendant or a medal or something. A charm maybe of maybe a relief of the Tarask kind of eating somebody. There's legs hanging out of its mouth. It's supposed to have a head like a lion, 6 legs, all similar to like a bear's, a large spiky turtle-like shell, and a serpentine tail. Now, just because I say that, I'm not gonna just like straight up manticore this thing. I think it's more interesting to try and find some way to make it look real. That's kind of where I was going with the Gargoyle anyway. All right, excellent. I think we're communication error. All right, sweet. So, Ben, awesome. Thank you so much. Take care of Toe Milk. Kim loves Furret so much, and that's definitely a Pokemon that I'm glad to see somebody take. All right, so that lowers our list a little bit. I'm gonna save the fact that Ben was able to pick up Toe Milk, so the reserve list is luckily getting even smaller. I know I'm eventually going to start drawing something. I have my tablet out front instead of my the rest of my stuff, but I don't know if Ro is ready to go, but anyway. Was there anything that I didn't say about the Tarask there? We have another spread actually in this book. I was just reading this to refresh myself before we started this. Couple other illustrations.
Well, I was just wondering which version were you going to do you kind of answered my question, but I was going to ask like which version were you going to do, the D&D version or the mythological version? Because I like both of them. I don't mind.
Creature, but it's not going to look that traditional. So the reason I sent the examples was because Robin is invited to trade. Dang it! It was 1 second. 1 second left, and I clicked on it. And it was gone. Could you resend that? I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find you in here. Wonder if it breaks if I do it. There's Robin. Sorry. Such an idiot. So anyway, like you kind of heard my description of like the Gargoyle, and I explained that first to make sure that you would think this is okay, because like visually, if you look at the illustration I did, it looks like it could be concept art towards D&D or something like that, but it's 100% from the mythology. I'm just trying to figure out how to make that thing work. And I kind of wanted to try that. Well, that's what I was going to straight up do for the Tarask in my book. The thing is, I put that book on, back burner priority until I finished the main one I'm doing. I say main one. I hopefully don't jump around too much. But I was working with another illustrator, actually, to have that book colored. Not just colored, but, like, it was digitally painted. And I did like character designs and creature designs, but it was up to the other artist's discretion of how to implement them finalized in the book. So I don't know if in the end I would want to illustrate it all myself or what. Okay, so Venanope. Venanope. Where are you? Venonat's really early in the decks. Yep. Oh my god, getting that Pokemon. Good lord. That day, I just felt like I was having a brain aneurysm trying to get this 1%. I don't know how much of that you've seen, Rowan, but God, that day in Q-Charm, I had to get, just in case you guys are not familiar, I had to get a 1% Venonat, because the Venomoths were actually more common, which was really weird. And it was 1%, but Q-Charm mods to get it to shine, right? So it's actually 20% of 1%. And then on top of that, you only get a chance to even roll for that if you're using the Poker Radar, which costs repels to run around. It costs a lot of time, and it is awful. And that Venonat did not want to shine. It hurt me so bad. Okay, so the next is an EV. I'm glad to see the EVs go. I hunted lots of extra EVs for you guys. Beryllium's coming up. Once again, guys, I'm really sorry that I was so late on trading all of these to you guys. I didn't mean for it to take this long. Now, this one's just regular EV. That's fluorine. You wanted beryllium. I do have that written down, because I'd let you guys pick out which ones were the good ones.
I still remember the trouble you went through to transfer them up through, was it black and white?
Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Where? No, that wasn't beryllium. Where was beryllium? I haven't lost my Pokemon. Where are they? I don't know, you guys can't see what I'm seeing, so I can't really ask for help, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going through literally every single box looking. Okay, here we go. Any EVs? I don't know how they all got mixed up, but I don't see any EVs in here. There is this one here, which is fluorine. Did I give the wrong EV to somebody? I don't think so. I made sure I got the names right. Which one was beryllium? Where is that on the periodic table? That should help me. I could have sworn it should have been in this box. This is a level 1 normal EV. This was the extras box. I mean, at least they still have an extra shiny EV if it really comes to that, but I want to make sure I find the right one.
I missed the whole naming scheme thing. Did you name a bunch of them just after the elements?
Yeah, so we actually went in order, and then we used their elements to inspire which EV they should turn into. So I don't know what number beryllium is. Probably 4, because I think beryllium is... Oh, you're saying, wait... How many Venat did we encounter? I think it was more than 4. It was a lot. Well, actually, no, it was very few. We just could never find them, and we couldn't even get into the chains. I'm checking every single box now, meticulously looking for more EVs. I don't know what's going on. Now, I see some things are mixed up and in the wrong... Oh, no, that's just because people traded that. So... scrambled right now. Which number? Where was beryllium?
I'm looking at a periodic table. I'll find it.
Okay. I'm pretty sure beryllium is actually very early.
4?
4, yeah, it sounds right. It's like a forgotten early one. So if it was 4, and it's still Eevee, it must be in that extra box. But why would it not be there? I'm checking absolutely every single one again, because, you know, hydrogen, boron, and carbon are these 3. I'm gonna check the other 2s just to see. We didn't evolve those. It should still be an Eevee. Actually, Umbreon and Espeon.
Are you sure you put it in the right place then? Or how many of them did you already trade?
Because I copied the boxes like the same way I could. You have to go in sets of 30, which were full boxes. Though some are kind of scrambled in here. I see Johto is just on top of Kanto now.
Have you already looked next to hydrogen, helium, and lithium?
Well, the thing is, they're not in order like that. Hydrogen was Vaporeon, but boron was Jolteon, and then carbon is Flareon. I could have sworn
1, 5, 6.
Yeah, right. Well, it was based on their elements.
Oh, okay, got it.
Right. You know, like water, magnetism, and char, burnt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, this is really strange. I don't know what the deal is. I just went through all those boxes again. If you want, Robin, I can check if you really want the beryllium. Yeah, the atomic number. I'm going to, if you want, close out of here and check on my Pokebank. Otherwise, I just have Fluorine, which is unfortunate that it's not the same one. Maybe I wrote the wrong one down. Because I know somebody else asked for a shiny Eevee. I don't think I would have put the same one down twice. That's why I wrote, you know, up here, you see on my head, the right nicknames. So that's up to you. I want to hear from, was Beryllium the first one? What do you mean the first one?
Our Glaceon is here.
Hey, Glaceon! Well, Nito didn't realize one of these was going to be today. Yeah, dang it. I was trying to send you guys out a message earlier just to make sure that, you knew. But yeah, I'm curious that, this Eevee did transfer up, but it's still in my bank on accident for some reason. So I could look there. Otherwise, you can take care of Fluorine. I also still have the Kanto 3. I probably still have the, no, I don't have the Glaceon. RNG Glaceon actually has the Glaceon. I still have the Leafeon. I didn't think someone took the Espeon, maybe. There were a few people who wanted a shiny Eevee. Yes, but I know I wrote their nicknames down. But I feel like Beryllium went to, like, Crystal. Because, like, all of the slots around here, like, this is next to it, so someone, no, that's Trolldot. Did someone trade for these? There's a regular Eevee, and, yeah, so these two, that's 2 regular Eevees that traded. And then there was another one that traded.
Should we message Crystal and ask?
Yeah, maybe, because Crystal would know which one. I feel bad if I trade the wrong one. If you can't find Beryllium, I don't mind a different Eevee then. Okay, I'm really sorry. Well, granted, like, Fluorine sounds like a really cool one based on, like, a color change, so hopefully that's cool. I just don't remember, like, if it was a stat thing or something, if it's messed up. I really hope it's not. Oh, I feel so bad now. I can check the other stream, see if you accidentally gave it to someone else. That's a lot of footage to go through. As much as this footage is like a hostage rescue briefing. Like, where's the Eevee? Quick! We need to scour the Pokebanks! Yeah, I'm
currently asking Crystal in the general chat.
Okay, I was actually kind of worried about Crystal lately. I don't know if, Crystal is, having problems, where she works. She works, I believe, in like either a retirement or a nursing home. And I know out in Akron, just because I live in Ohio too, it is really bad with the virus. And it mostly around here is hitting prisons and nursing retirement homes really badly. So that could be why she's been like really busy. I don't know if it's hit there. That would be awful. Or inversely, the place had to shut down. But I mean, how do you shut that down? What do you do? So I have no idea. That's why, of course, it spreads more in places like that because you just can't do anything. Yeah. Anyway, while we're trying to figure this out, I'm gonna leave this open, this trade thing open. We're gonna wait. I can at least remove this. Crystal and DM. Yeah, we're trying to contact Crystal right now. I can at least save that. Venonat was correctly sent out. If I was just stupid and somehow wrote Beryllium twice, that would be one way to know. If like we went back to the original list and saw that more than one person requested Beryllium, or what might have happened was, I'm trying to think of like how could this have overlapped? Like somebody saw the original stuff and requested that one. I don't know, but I'm so confused. Senior centers are closed in California, the virus. Well, closed, yes. Oh, it's very deadly the older you are. I want to say, like, as soon as you're in your mid to upper 40s, it's killing people. It's just the chances going up. The younger you are, the better chance you have of not even really having much symptoms. Someone of my age, I would still get very, very sick. Probably not deathly ill, but very sick.
You'd probably be fine.
I would survive, but my immune system is also terrible because I don't really go anywhere.
A bad flu for a week.
Yeah, and I have had a very, very bad flu before. And then, like, the next day caught a different strain of the flu. Terrible, I'm telling you. But anyway, it would be much worse if I were older. So I'm gonna start deleting some layers here. This is obviously just a duplicate of the Dia Moralis. We're not looking at the main one. I just had something so you guys could look at not a black screen. We're gonna remove the glow layer, the fill layer, and the inks layer. We don't need any of those, and we're gonna start on the sketch layer, which is now getting erased. So, we'll change the colors and stuff for the background later. We'll figure out what we're gonna do. As of now, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna illustrate this thing and get like, some sort of consistency to it, because the first thing that I would probably do to this is not actually have fur. It doesn't really make sense when you've got like a scaly creature that is so furry like that. I mean, you could probably have patches of it if you're thinking like Anjanath or something like that. Like that can look natural, but don't go like straight up fur everywhere, bare legs going into a turtle shell. That just looks really weird. So I'll figure out a way around that. Hey, Crystal, funny you popped in here. We were just trying to contact you, for multiple things. Apparently she did. Actually, you're allowed to jump into the voice chat, aren't you? Aren't you? I don't know. Apparently she did. So, Crystal, you were saying you ended up with beryllium? Because I somehow had that same Eevee written for multiple people, I think. Which, I am a dum-dum, if that's the case. I'm gonna look if there is any other shiny Eevee I have, because I feel really bad. Hopefully you're allowed to summary check the stats of this thing. I don't know any way to do it myself. The Fluorine Eevee, I don't know if they all have adaptability, but no, some have runaway. This one has adaptability. Its nature is lax, and characteristic is capable of taking hits. So, I don't know if that one... Nah, I pour. Oh, right. Yeah, so you had to switch out of it. I remember now. Hold on, do I have to go this way? But, Crystal, do you know what happened to... Or which... You got an Eevee, a shiny Eevee, right, from the Q-Charm? Which Eevee was it? What is this nickname? There is no Eevee here. So never mind, that is actually my last shiny Eevee. Yikes. Every single one of them went away? Didn't realize that. If that's the case, then I don't really have a choice. I guess this is just the last one. I'm really sorry that I screwed the name. Got the wrong name in there. You have lithium and neon. Now I'm mega confused. Okay, here, how about this? I will trade you Fluorine, this Eevee now, and I will check immediately to see if I do have beryllium in the bank on accident. If I do, then I can come back on and you can just trade and swap the Eevees if you want the other one. Otherwise, I guess I just don't have that one. I don't know why. Place trumpets and bagpipes in the background as soon as we found it. Crystal bomb will never be forgotten. I had nitrogen. Yeah, nitrogen, of course, liquid nitrogen was the Glaceon. It was funny how like every single one of the elements ended up working, and then like the ones that seemed kind of generic were the Eevees, and we could trade those out so you guys could choose. I wonder what happened to beryllium. Now it's bothering me, and I need to figure it out. Tits out is my main one I have set up right now. All right, so sorry I made that take so long, Robin. My bad. I don't know what happened. I will try and find that for you. Let's delete this back up and resave that. So now we're really just looking for Harry, Nexus, and Paige. Sorry, I haven't been on. I got a new job. I'm busy. Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. What happened to the what we call the farm? Because those places are getting hit really hard. And I actually just saw some stats for Ohio earlier today, and oh god, they're bad. I can't believe they want to open up restaurants. Like, people are just gonna die unnecessarily. It's really bad here. Obviously, it's worse in other places, but I mean, if you're comparing one state to another in America, but compare it to other countries, it's just ridiculous. Also, when you take into account that most of Ohio is corn, you know, so, that ain't good. Alright, Pokebank. I'm going to open this bad boy. Wants me to download an update. Good lord, everything's gonna take forever today, isn't it? Roro, no problem, thank you. I'm really sorry I messed up which Eevee went where. Oh, the farm no pay me enough. Oh, was that the problem? Yeah, how did you get a new job? What are you doing? Give me one too. Where did you go? Especially around here. May need to check bank, see if Beryllium's there. Yeah, I'm pulling Pokebank up right now. It needs to download an update. Maybe someday I'll start drawing this thing for for Robin. Not for Robin, Rowan. I'm mixing my names up now. Just once I allowed a friend to use a cheat on my game. He gave Nitrogen a royal ribbon, which caused it to have a special title and shield. Now is Blue Blood Nitrogen. That sounds awesome. Yeah, we're still on lockdown. Giant Eagle Retail. So, there's like a retail chain up there that is actually allowing you guys to still work. So something like Walmart-esque. I guess some of them just have to stay open, but yikes, at least it's something. Crystal is dealing with Pokemon. What? What just happened? Is the stream screwing up? Yeah, YouTube is really screwing up right now. I don't know what's up with that. It's saying it's not having enough data coming through. So it's been 40-some minutes and I haven't even started drawing yet.
I sent you a good reference photo for the Tarask.
Ooh, sweet. Let me see. Where? Oh yeah, actually, well that's like a generic by the books idea of what it is. I've actually got my book open right here of like, I like seeing the more ambiguous illustrations because then I can kind of work from that and pull ideas from it.
I just mean like that one in the book is still pretty much the same by the looks.
Yeah, they are. I'm trying to figure out how I want to deal with fur, if any. I might throw patches on it, but I'm kind of thinking of making it more of a scaly thing because it's also supposed to breathe fire, and it's also supposed to like emerge out of the water. So it's all kinds of
I've never heard of it breathing fire.
Huh?
I've never heard of it breathing fire in the French folklore.
Yeah, the French folklore, supposedly it burned men alive. That was like the big thing it did. It also just straight up devoured people, but yeah, it first burnt them. Yeah, I thought that was a little weird too, but it did. At least that's what I had. It came up like 5 times in here. Anyway, I only checked this one book. I have a couple other reference books. I don't remember if the Tarask had this much coverage in those. I just grabbed this one because I knew it had the most coverage. All right, I'm checking Pokebank. Hey, graduation's within reach. Yeah, I know a lot of people graduating 2020, and boy, is that weird, isn't it? South Carolina is wanting to reopen all business at the same time this month. Yeah, and I'm keeping us a little longer, but our governor insists we need to get back to work. Trump groupies. Well, it's a lot of people who are reacting to just getting death threats to reopen things, and you gotta imagine, like, you know, if it was up to you and you realize, like, either way, people are gonna be mad at you, whether you reopen things, people get sick and die, or whether you keep everything closed and people can't have their jobs, people can't afford their medications, and people die. Like, regardless, your decision is going to hurt people. So there's no really good way out of it. In my opinion, though, I think it's much, much smarter to just keep things closed and try and work around it, because people are figuring out ways to get around all this. Just don't let people keep dying. Don't spread it. We need to stop it. All right, I'm gonna check. Hopefully there's something in Pokebank. It doesn't look it. I'm not recognizing any of these from Q-Charm. I wonder if there's some way I can search. Menu, list? I don't know, I don't use Pokebank at all. Find Pokemon by species. Here we go. I'm gonna look at all the EVs that happen to be in here and see if there's any shinies. No, there's not a single EV in here? That can't be right.
Crystal says, my Xbox is broken, so I can't play Monster Hunter World Iceborne now.
Oh, man. Well, hold on. Didn't you get it on Steam, too? I thought she did. Or maybe something happened there. These are just named Eevee. Okay, no, so it's not on Pokebank. I don't know what's up with that. If that's the case, that was every single Eevee, so at the very least, I got that right. I just screwed up the naming convention, but... Sigh, it's not that big a deal, hopefully. I just really hope we didn't have, like, one in particular that was awful and nobody wanted. Poor shiny Eevee. It was the last one anyway. Okay, so I think we can finally close this out. Open Ultramoon back up. And I'm gonna just keep that thing running in the background. We need to check if
Crystal says
Paige,
that one
Nexus,
doesn't work
or Harry
either.
show up. I'm sorry, what?
Crystal says that one doesn't work either.
Oh, man, why? I forget. Yeah, there was something weird.
I was wondering that too after reading it. I was wondering that too after reading it.
Yeah, I think I remember she's having some issues with it. But that really stinks. Granted, to be fair though, there's no real big itch to play Monster Hunter right now. They don't really have anything going on unless you're just progressing, you know. Like they even pushed back Alatreon just because they needed to. I'm gonna go online because I might as well. Well, if anything, that's just gonna slow the internet down. I'm just going to wait on that, because more internet I keep hogging with the 3DS, it's just going to make it tougher for the stream to function, and we can't have that. So I'm actually gonna doodly doodles. Let's see. Let's first just try and pose the thing. PC stupid. Poor Beryllium lost somewhere. No, I think Beryllium was traded. I remember that name coming back up when we were trading. I just don't know why it happened twice. Bro, my mom just told me that while she was shopping for more toilet paper, it said that they were only selling by single rolls. When she went to order them, they weren't available.
It's to stop people from overstocking like they were before, because the stores were just out of toilet paper before. Now, by limiting it, we can actually get some.
Exactly. And also, it was a lot of people who were going in there and for some reason wanted to purchase a tremendous amount of it at once and, you know, selfishly hold it and then sometimes even sell it back to other people. People are awful.
Yep.
I'm gonna see how high of a dome we can get here. I've seen its turtle shell dome pretty high, but at the same time I might want to move where that goes. Maybe try and show more of it underneath. Yeah, let's do that, just because if you're looking up at something you make it look larger, and the Tarrasque is huge, so rather be staring up at this thing. That. If the background's distracting, I can remove that.
Bartman says, can you do Super Mario Galaxy playing with myself?
Huh. You know, I never played the second one, and I heard the second one was a lot better. I still enjoyed the first one. In fact, I believe I played it twice, and the second time? No, I don't think I played it twice. I just played it all the way through, and then like years later, I went back and finished getting the remainder of the stars that I had missed, and got the ability to play as Luigi. And I think I started the whole thing over, but I didn't get very far. It's a good game. I mean, it's got some weird, quirky issues to it, so that would be a good playing with myself. I've got another Mario, actually a couple other Marios that I plan on doing before that, though. It's one of my favorite games. I grew up with it. Oh man, you're making me sound old. I feel like I just played that. And I played it when it came out. For my brother to watch, he's beating it. I'm trying to get the belly of this thing right. No, it would go down that. Such a strange shaped creature.
Indeed.
Why they thought this was the way to go, I don't know. Ancient people and their designs for these kind of creatures are always bizarre. I'm thinking of something with more of, like, odd tusks for the face.
Oh yeah, I need to give you like an update real quick. I probably won't be able to help you out for a while if with any more like donations or anything, and I don't know how much longer I'll be able to do Patreon because
oh, shoot. It's okay, I know everybody's struggling right now.
I kind of car repairs ended up being $2,300.
Oh man. What happened? Did your AC or something go out?
Well, what ended up happening is just it's kind of an old car, and
so
if your
AC goes out, you totaled it. One of those?
No, I didn't total it, but I did. The suspension was getting worse, and I already expected that. That was already going to be over $1,000, but I prepared for that. I had the savings for it, but then I found out there was some engine problems going on, and I actually cut a break here because originally they thought that coolant was leaking into the engine. So I had them look over it overnight, and and luckily they're good mechanics. They don't try and cheat me out of anything, so they did find out it's actually a lesser problem. So they saved me $1,000.
That's good. I mean, it's always helpful when you got people that are actually on your side for this.
So instead of $3,600, it ended up being $2,300 because it just we found out that the spark plugs were pretty much the same from when the car was bought.
Yeah.
So the spark was making a large jump in the engine, and that's why I was having like engine misfires.
That's bad.
So everything's fixed now.
Okay.
But I'm severely lacking in money.
Ben actually found where beryllium went. Did you see that? Wow. So apparently I did trade beryllium. I don't know how they ended up on the naming thing twice. You know what might have happened? What I was thinking was someone, like after I had traded it, someone might have gone through all the EVs and then like watched the old video and then picked an EV from it, knowing I still had EVs left. That's probably what happened. I ordered a $75 laptop pen so I can make art like this on Adobe. Awesome. So Kim is actually working on a Surface right now, and she had to get a pen for it. I'm not using just the pen. This is actually the whole drawing tablet because I need to stream too. Well, granted, I don't have any. I prefer not drawing on the screen. I feel like once I started drawing and I got used to moving my pen around like this, and my hand not being in the way, I just prefer it so much more. Anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I just kind of read their comment. I don't know. My brain goes on tangents. I should read that too.
Is everything working now?
Sorry?
Sorry, you cut out for me all of a sudden, and I wasn't sure if you could hear me either, so I tested it for like 30 seconds or so, and then I disconnected and reconnected.
That's no, I didn't hear you having problems at all. Need to get to beating Galaxy 2, need to get all these stars to play as the real hero of the game. Yes, I was playing as Luigi. I appreciate they even messed with his stats. Like he's slippery. He plays pretty fun. It's everything you need out of the true hero of Super Luigi Galaxy. Actually, I think they even changed that too. Like it even says Super Luigi Galaxy. Like when you turn the game on, once you got Luigi, it's just great. So I'm wondering how many lion-esque parts I want to implement into that head. I think I'm gonna wait for now. I gotta put a bunch of like ribbed spike things for the back. I'm wondering, because I think in my original story I was going to kind of combine the Tarrasque with the island turtle and make the Tarrasque like enormous, because it was going to be more of like a main like deliverance thing. Like it was this thing's approach that brought the hurricane. But granted,
isn't it a river creature?
Huh? The Tarrasque or the island turtle?
the Tarrasque?
Well, it lived
supposedly
near a river, yeah,
like in
but
mythology,
the thing is,
it's
like,
depicted next to rivers.
Yeah, it lived next to rivers, but was also so weird. Like, it was breathing fire. I feel like they just made stuff up. They were like, yeah, fire's scary. Separate these.
Yeah, I'm curious where the inspiration for this came from, because there's various reasons for why different mythological creatures exist in mythology, whether it be just like with the chupacabra being a weird mutation on and infection in coyotes, or griffins coming from the remains of protoceratops and stuff like that.
Well, a lot of them too are just like intent to push a narrative, and I actually believe the Tarrasque might have been one of those, because the eradication of the Tarrasque was actually done by Saint Martha, and the way they stopped it was by like making the sign of the cross and spraying holy water on it and leading it through the town, and then where the evil people were the ones who beat it up and killed it, even though it was docile by that point. And so it was trying to tell a story, and you know, some of them are like that, but at the same time, like 50% of the Tarrasque's story is still like about this weird menacing thing that is attacking people in this town, and you're like, where is all of this coming from? I don't know. I find it very interesting too.
Like, if it's
I
pushing
made a whole comic on it.
If it's pushing a narrative, it reminds me of the Welsh dragons a little bit. I know it's not a dragon like physiologically, but it just reminds me of the whole narrative of the Welsh dragons.
I'm wondering how. It's like, as I make this, I keep debating like, how lizard do I want to go? And I'm like, how bear do I want to go? I think each time.
I think the legs are just bear-like, and the head is lion-like. So.
Yeah, in the original. I'm just looking at it, wondering, for my own, how far do I want to go? Convenient, I guess we have Monster Hunter music. This seems like a giant beast thing. I expect this to be really huge. Like, physically. Like, probably standing like, the same height as like a Duramboros. If we're talking Monster Hunter.
I think in general depictions, like from books, it's usually like about twice as tall as a horse.
Yeah, though the original guy, or like the original, supposedly, the original sightings and people describing what it looked like, they said it was like larger than the biggest house they'd ever seen, which of course you gotta take into context how big are common houses back then. So that's why I was thinking, like, you know, a very large, or maybe like an average barn would be like the largest house you would expect to see back in their time. So maybe that's...
Crystal says, looks like a banana.
You look like a banana. Crystal. I look like a watermelon. I like how the watermelon has kind of become like a new meme thing on Discord. Like, whenever I try and vote on something or like add an emoji to it, I'm always like, this is one watermelon.
One watermelon out of peach.
Do more to the tail as well. Wonder how long this thing should get. The tail is another weird one that keeps changing. I've seen some where the tail is like a scorpion tail, which wouldn't work at all because of its back.
I don't think that makes sense.
No, that's a manticore thing, I think, bleeding in. And manticores kind of bother me.
I think it's kind of.
Huh?
Isn't it lizardy?
Yeah, it's supposed to be more of just a very typical dragon tail. I think I'm going to keep it short, though, because most turtles don't have long tails because it doesn't really help them at all. So I'm probably going to keep this thing.
Oh, it does have the tail, though. I noticed it does have the arrow on the end of the tail. That's interesting.
Yes, it does have the arrow on the tail. which doesn't make any sense because it wouldn't assist it at all, but
Actually,
it looks cool.
a long tail would make sense for a water-dwelling creature if it was swimming, and the fur could be, like, insulating.
Yeah, yeah, if it lived in the cold, but I was saying the points to the tail at the end doesn't help unless it's a very fast creature, and I highly doubt that for something shaped like this.
If it's slow, it could use the tail as like a defense mechanism of like whipping things, like a Diplodocus.
In which case, yeah, it could just be like a very large brute of a tail. I might add some more shears to it as more of like a bladed thing, maybe running down the bottom that kind of started from like this. Started from the
Cameron says that quest failed music give me Colv and Sappy PTSD.
Alright, so I'm kind of thinking if this stays lizardine, like down here, like more of like folds of scaly, fabric-y kind of pelts. Large talons down here. Maybe even like a small thumb one up here. I'm not sure how that would look.
So far it's shaping up pretty well.
I'm kind of liking how this is looking. If anything, if and when I finally get back into working on Dawn, I will use this design if I get to do a Tarrasque. I wanted to do a Tarrasque in that story. I don't know why. I found this one to be so interesting because it's so not like the others. You know, it's so weird.
What were you thinking for background?
Yeah, that's what's so weird about him. I keep thinking like it lives in the water.
You either do like
it's a brute, but it's also walks on land and it breathes fire. And it's I'm so confused. It's like, what kind of background would I do?
You just do like a quick river or like some simple mountains or something. Like that'd be kind of
maybe like a river and a mountain, kind of like a silhouetted thing would look pretty good because that way you can get some scale out of it. Also, we can kind of see I should probably move the whole thing up a bit. If I can grab it, yeah, here we go. Because that circle kind of shows me like where I'm centering for when things turn into
For a
like
second, I thought it was just part of the splash that was left behind.
Oh no, I have that too, but if you see the stuff that I end up illustrating, I just kind of throw that kind of stuff there. Here, I'm gonna pull something up so you guys can see. I actually just, not too long ago, it's not a problem if I show you this, this is for the book.
Oh, Crystal's leaving.
Crystal's leaving! Gotta head to work, well, yeah, be very careful, stay far away from people. A lot of doctors are saying that those masks don't do anything, and it's really, not good to even be near someone, so I don't feel like you're safe even if you're wearing one. Kind of makes you wonder how much cryptozoological creatures have inspired various entertainment media. You'd be surprised how much of this stuff just kind of keeps spiraling and stays in, like, a narrative. We even have modern weird stuff that keeps going. Like, we've got, like, the Loch Ness Monster, and we have Bigfoot, and other odd creatures that we know can't work. Like, we know that the Loch Ness Monsters, there is no serpentine neck that is gonna function like that and swim. So...
Actually, Elasmosaurus. Elasmosaurus.
I'm pretty sure that we had there was something about that. I remember reading it. Like it was either unable to swim like that. I forget the shape of that thing. I read about it a long time ago, but people were like desperately trying to find some creatures that made sense, and then like another person would come through and try and debunk them. It was some show.
Well, thing is, I don't think that's an argument anymore in terms of paleontological discussion. I think mainly the argument right now is
they end up being wrong about so many things. Like they keep changing what dinosaurs look like all the time. My favorite one that keeps changing.
Oh yeah, no, I keep up with the records.
Oh, sorry, what? The music got loud.
Don't worry, I keep up with the records. I know all the changes up to late 2019.
Yeah, so just to tell everybody else, the most interesting one I think to keep up with is the Spinosaurus. that thing has changed.
Oh, I've heard the 2020 research for that one.
Yeah, it's changed so radically, so many times, it's crazy. Like, if you think of Spinosaurus and you think of, like, Jurassic Park 3, it has changed so much since that idea. It's like, now it's like, a really fat, low-to-the-ground, swamp-dwelling crocodile-like reptilian. It's so weird, and it, like, actually used the frills on its back to, like, shimmy like this and quietly cut through the water while it was,
we always knew that they were water dwellers, or, like, partial water dwellers, but it's kind of evolved a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit more because I think it was kind of hard to hear you. Here you go. I was gonna pull this up.
Yeah.
There, if I was just gonna show something really quick that I was doing, I had to do like an illustration for like a profile thing for the back of the book. So there's something quick, and you can kind of see. Actually, that's a different splatter I think I used, but whatever. It was still something. Like I ended up putting stuff like that in the back of lots of things. I didn't do anything. Let's save it. There's probably other stuff I could show you. Just a little teaser for the book. Like here. The front cover. You will see this too. So the Kickstarter for this is launching very soon. I don't want to keep it up too long, but anyway. That book's a-coming. Oh Lord, it coming. Baby, come back. Yeah, I gotta eventually get back to work on all sorts of these kind of creatures. I wonder if I want to throw some fur on this guy somewhere. Cause like the creature, like here, they say like, you know, like, oh, it looked like it had the legs of a bear, but it had 6 of them, and it looked like it had the face of a lion, and all that could really mean is like, it had a huge jaw. It had big, wide, short legs, you know? The original Native Americans, when seeing the oncoming boats from the English, describe them as giant turtles with trees on their backs. Because you compare something to what you know, and if you have no idea what you're looking at, you know, it's like people who, like, if you can imagine, like, an alien comes down and looks at a, I don't know, a skyscraper or a Walmart, you know, or a car, how they would describe it using things that they know and they're familiar with, and not in any way that we would really understand it. So I would kind of expect that these things are going to look a little differently than just a straight up, you know, that's a lion's head. You know, that's a bear's leg.
Squad's here, and also I have a question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
When you brought up the Native American thing, I couldn't remember. There's like a thing that's like a dragon in Native American mythology that I can't remember. No, you're thinking
that's Aztec.
That's like South American, Central American. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
What is it called? It's like human-like face, deer antlers.
Yeah.
Like, what is it called? It's bothering me.
I'm looking in the index. Okay, this one's not by region. Oh no, it is.
I'm gonna just Google.
Yeah, just go ahead and Google it. It's way faster than booking something. Yeah, it's probably in here somewhere. I've got several other books. I remember what you're talking about, but I forget its name.
Oh, the Piazza.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, very
Toe milk
weird.
is actually very good. Awesome. Toe milk better be the greatest of toe milk.
Squad Fam says the music is a tad loud.
Still? Really? Okay. I have you as loud as you can go. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do this. That might have changed something. It's hard to tell because, like, the music we're listening to changes its volume all the time, and I have to deal with a bunch of sliders that I can't really identify.
Are you gonna hop in, squad?
I hope so. That'd be good. So, by the way, really quick, just wanted to point out the Q-Charm stuff. If any of you guys are looking to pick up one, I'm looking for Harry, Nexus, or Paige, trying to pick up one of their shinies that they reserved. And at the same time, if I cannot get any of these guys to pick up their shinies in this stream, I'm going to more than likely trade them to one of the mods. And that way, the mods on Discord can hopefully distribute these properly for you guys.
Squad says, I think you actually made it louder.
Really? That's not possible.
Cameron says it sounds slightly unchanged.
Okay. I have it so low. It's so low. Is there a particular kind of turtle shell we want to go for? Or am I going to try and stick with like the very... It has like a very Bowser shell, you know what I mean?
I like the spikes. I think the spikes are a nice touch.
Huh?
I like the spikes. I think the spikes are a nice touch.
Oh yeah, I like the spikes too. I'm just wondering what kind of spikes to go for. I'm also trying to change the shape.
They should definitely... I don't know, maybe... I'm gonna look at a couple more pictures.
Like if there is an existing kind of turtle that I should go for. Like, we got
I'm
the alligator
look for, like,
snappers
the general
around here,
bias.
and they've got pretty cool shells. You seen an alligator snapper before?
Yeah.
That's a scary turtle, man.
We have them around here. They're kind of common.
Oh yeah? Where are you again? I forget.
New Hampshire.
Really? They're all up there. There's a ton of them here. And they're big, too.
We have big ones.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you see the babies crawling across the lawns.
Oh, yeah, that ain't good. That ain't good. We
have a lot of ponds.
Yeah, we do too. And we have a lot of ducks missing their feet. For that reason.
Well, these ones tend to stay out of the way a bit more. I don't think they're that aggressive, but I don't see ducks missing feet, at least.
Ours are aggressive.
Yeah, I think we have alligator snappers. But...
Yeah, alligator snappers, these things are nasty. Or at least ours are really mean.
So it appears to be plates, like kind of circular-esque plates.
Yeah, I was trying to get some
spikes
rib
coming
thing
out
down
of
the middle first.
With just random amounts of spikes coming out from each. Like, there's like an occasional spike every few plates.
That's so weird. Yeah, I remember they had very chaotic shells. I'm gonna try and pull up quickly.
And then I'm getting some opposite ones where it's like a jagged pattern instead of rounded. But I think, like, I'm looking at some statues as well, and those ones have a lot of the rounded ones as well.
Are you talking about the
rounded might be
Tarrasque
the
or
way
the
to
turtle?
go. The Tarrasque shell.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't. I didn't know. I didn't know we were still talking about alligator snappers for a
Well,
second.
I just wasn't sure. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, no, I'm just comparing some statues and some old pictures.
Yeah. I wish I could show. I couldn't even find this picture on Google, the one that's in my book here, but it's pretty neat. This medallion-like thing looks pretty old. So I'm gonna
Squad
try
says
and
in
go
Malta
for, like,
they have mostly bite-sized turtles.
Maybe we'll try something like this, like rib the way out. Yeah, kind of like that, almost kite-like, and then alternate.
Ooh, I just got back to the stream for a second because I was looking at pictures, but I'm liking the edges so far. It looks nice.
Cool.
Good detail.
I'm hoping to get more in there later. I'm just kind of like mapping out the direction of what I want to go for. So I'm thinking it needs to have a spiky shell, but it also needs to be able to function in the water.
Well, I don't think the shell will get in the way too much.
Yeah,
really,
well, I'm thinking if like we
there's a
keep
lot
the
of shell
spikes right
creatures.
down the center and then kind of map it more like how the snapper's shell works. Yeah, sort of like that. Okay, I kind of think we're ready to start trying to ink this guy and map out where we want everything. But also, I got that background to figure out. Granted, that can be its own layer and more than likely last after I've got color on it. Here we have mostly bite-sized turtles. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Wait a minute, what kind of turtles though, squad? We go to a lake in Michigan, and they've got all kinds of, like, you know, painted turtles and spotted ones. Though the bad ones are the leathernecks or leatherbacks. I'm not sure which one it is, if not both. But those things are nasty. Their heads are more snake-like, and they can like stick them out like
leatherback.
As long as your arm reach all the way around. Even if you've like grabbed it by the back, it can reach its neck all the way around the back and bite you. And they bite, and they're bad. They are mean. I think they might even be meaner than the alligator snappers. The alligator snappers are huge and imposing, but oh, I'm not sketching anymore. Let's start with his face.
Squad says I'm not very well versed in turtles. I'll have to check.
Yeah, it's just an odd conversation that we have established today.
Yeah, no, I've heard the leatherbacks are pretty fierce. I haven't actually like seen one in person, other than like in zoos. But
you keep getting quieter, and I'm turning you up more and more. Can you guys hear him okay?
Well, I'm probably doing this at a weird angle. Sorry, I'm just sitting on the couch kind of lazily.
Okay. It's all good.
Because in order to stop that echoing problem from before, I have to do this on my phone. You know, like when I originally started hopping into voice chats with you, so.
Yeah, right. So right now I'm trying to put in some of those, I don't know what you call them, but those big, chunky linings that you get around huge tusks. Because supposedly this thing also had tusks, like ivory tusks. And I think of like Gen Meringue. It's actually, the jaw is looking pretty similar so far. Like where I was going.
Hey, I gave you some practice already.
Yeah. Luckily.
Squad says we apparently have leatherbacks here, which I didn't know.
Leatherbacks, yes. Stay away from those. I want to make sure it's the right one really quick. I want to Google that thing now, 'cause now that it's turtle talk time. Oh, no. Leatherback? My bad. Wrong one. I meant leatherneck.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, leatherback is a saltwater turtle.
Yeah, it's like are they the black ones, or?
It's not showing up. I can't really... Oh, no, there's a... No, they're brown, and they look very slimy. I'm trying to... It's a river turtle.
No, I mean like the leatherback. Are the leatherback the black ones, like the black sea turtles?
Yes, those large sea turtles. That's what Squad is talking about.
Yeah, no, those are fine, but
yeah, those are fine. I was talking about like these nasty.
Sorry, leatherneck. Yeah, you were right the first time.
Yeah, they're called leathernecks, right? For some reason, I didn't see a photo.
Or am I right? I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm right anymore. I thought I had the right name. So yeah, I mainly wanted to do that book because I just wanted to draw giant creatures. And like as an excuse to like redraw old designs. Kind of figure out how I'd want them to work. And then I wasn't the artist on the book, so it got a little weird. Like, huh. That's why I made it.
Oh, you're thinking of you were close. It's a soft shell?
Soft shell. Is it soft shell leatherback or soft shell leatherneck?
No, it's just called the soft shell turtle, and there's a few different varieties.
Let me see.
Pointed nose,
yes.
Smooth, rubbery looking shell.
They look like this. I don't think that's the... Yeah, if there's a bunch of varieties, it's closer to that thing.
It's in the family.
Yes, it's related to them. And they are the nastiest things you've ever seen.
Got some pictures like comparing all the different kinds and like, where is the one I'm looking for? Turtles. This is what the stream has devolved into.
Well, that's actually what happens a lot when I'm doing art stuff. You learn a lot about a lot of weird things you weren't expecting. Like, for example, I start working on the book was better, and I'm doing the first chapter, and it is loaded with different kinds of fish in an aquarium. And I have to make sure that like I'm pairing the right kinds of fish and the right kinds of tanks together in the right orders. Aside from like trying to illustrate them all properly and learn about their physiology and everything, it's when you're inventing stuff like this, like the Tarrasque, you've actually got to know a lot more about how things work. I did one project where I basically had to figure out the anatomy of a bunch of different creatures like bats, snakes, and a few other things, and trying to figure out how the anatomy and the skeletal structure of a new creature would function if I was going to combine a lot of like how those creatures worked. And it ended up being a odd project. I still have a huge illustration I did of those creatures. Wonder where that went. Could show you that one too.
There's a few, like, I'm thinking since you're looking for stuff that might help out with this, I know a few different prehistoric varieties of turtles that were heavily spiky. And if I can find some pictures of those real quick, I need to get my encyclopedia.
Yeah, okay. I might be an actual book. People with books. Look at us.
I've got bookshelves, so.
Yeah, I got some pretty huge bookshelves too. Though one of them, no, two of them, two huge ones are entirely comic books. Don't be surprised.
I'm not gonna pretend I don't have sections like that either, so.
Here we go. Let's try and get the inside of this mouth looking right. Probably gonna just ink in here up to a point. That's one thing I wish I would do more when I'm doing my black and white inks, is that I would black some areas out a little bit more than I do. So like that. And now kind of fill this. There we go. Yeah, see, like, this jaw, this thing looks imposing and freaky. Like, the two little teeth on the top, like, I say little, but they're smaller, and those bottom jaws, like, the thing would shut, I'm doing it backwards. The mouth would shut like this, if I'm drawing it right. You kind of see that? That's what I'm expecting when I see this thing, like, open its mouth. And it's got, like, a larger nose that kind of flows in the middle, so its face head-on will look more like that. At least that's what I was thinking. Not very lion-like, but the thing is, if I was, you know, a person way back in that time and I was trying to describe that creature's face, I wouldn't stray from saying lion. Just because of, like, the large teeth. You haven't seen anything like that.
Okay, it's working again. Sorry, it happened again.
Oh, you went out again. Oh. I couldn't tell. I guess I don't know how I'm supposed to tell. I don't see Discord. Got too many things on screen. So did you find your encyclopedia, or were you just kind of fighting the internet there?
A little bit of both, but I think it's in the living room, but I'm not going to go there right now because my brothers are currently hanging out there and I don't want to... Well, I could disconnect for a moment, I guess, but... Yeah, sure, I'll go do that. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Okay. Maybe it's an Alaskan bullworm. Sometimes I really wish I could ride a giant dragonfly to school. Huh. Why a dragonfly, though? I don't know, if I was gonna ride some giant creature to school... First off, I don't go to school. Too cool for school. Or rather, I was teaching for a while. Then all of a sudden I'll be like the coolest teacher ever if I come in on like a giant grizzly bear. And that's just how I get to school. I ride on a grizzly bear. No, I'm back. What happened? Did something go wrong? We weren't expecting to see you again. We're all talking about you. You know that ain't true, but still, here, look at this abomination I'm making right now. I love it. I love abominations. Look at this hell spawn. I don't know how much of like how many hell spawn points out of 10 Rowan was wanting, but I'm going for 10 hell spawn out of 10. I think that's the appropriate percentage of hell spawn. Oh, dang. If anything, it actually does kind of look like a creature from Spawn, if you guys have read the comic Spawn. I don't know if it's still running or they're still doing stuff like that with Spawn, but I have some of the original Todd McFarlane stuff. Here we go. Oh, that looks unsettling. Definitely unsettling. Try and smooth that out a bit. There we go. Ew, oh god. Now I'm allowed to hang out while shopping. Bananas. So wait, you're shop working. Just noticed that you took off the hoodie. I did. It was getting a little warm in here. It is a very cold day today, so I'm trying to not die. Is that you, Rowan? You back?
Yep, sorry. I couldn't find it.
It's okay. So, how many hell spawn points were you going for here is what we were talking about.
What?
Like, right now I'm going for like a 10 hell spawn out of 10. Like, how gross and
Go
ugly
wild.
should this thing be?
Go wild.
Going wild.
Whatever you want to do.
I'm having fun making this thing just look absolutely grotesque.
I'm giving you creative freedom.
Creative freedom. That means multiple hell spawn points. I wonder how I'm gonna get this eye to work, because we really should see it right about here. Just wondering how it should look.
Hey, squad, I saw your comment from earlier. Did you know about the prehistoric giant dragonfly?
Oh, yuck. Yeah. Like, whenever people say, like, oh, well, you can't have, like, exoskeletons get to a certain size, and you're like, you need to see these giant bugs that existed.
Well, I think that was because of the density of oxygen that the Carboniferous era had, but...
Yeah, there was, a lot of different factors. Like, something like that could not exist now, but the thing is, like, they were real.
Yeah, they were. I think the largest species of giant dragonfly was Magnagura, which was about the size of a falcon or an eagle.
Which the thing is, like, I bet that is still about a third of the size of Yanma, the Pokemon. Game Freak just makes up stuff.
Oh, Iris
gross.
is here.
Iris! Thought I'd check in before going to work. Everyone's going to work! Look at... Stop going to work. Yes, oxygen had to do with it for sure. You know, Iris, and anybody else, I guess, who's jumping in curious, I'm planning on doing, another, if not Monster Hunter, we are starting some more streams where you guys can jump in with voice chat soon. I have been really busy with, other projects lately, and I have been unable to do them, so I'm sorry about that. But we will be playing some more stuff soon. I might make it so, like, you guys can vote. That might be an option, something we could do with, like a wildcard stream day, but I let, like, the Bomb Squad Elite, or some other group, like, let you guys choose what I'm going to be streaming for that week. Though granted, I do need to make sure I jump in with some Wycademy ones, so I'm going to work on the book. Here we go. Many hellspawn points out of 10. Though granted, it's got this really big bellowing neck. Very fleshy. Or at least mine does. I haven't seen one that looked like that, but I would expect it to. I would think this is a very, very dense and fat creature. Let's try and get like the other side. Yeah, I'd love to get to do more creature design, but unfortunately the book I'm doing right now, there's like 0 fantasy involved, which is odd for me because most of my stuff is very much not like that. It's more sci-fi-esque. Want to see more crazy creature designs and stuff. It's just what I wanted to do.
Oh yeah, I was gonna bring this up earlier when we were like talking about cryptids and all that stuff, but me being the person like with all the paleontology stuff I've looked at and seeing how like crazy animals can get, I have to wonder how many actual like really old cryptids, like the ones that are really old, how many of those were actually just real things, but they were like the last couple of their species or something.
That thought,
because
I think,
be
is
great.
what keeps people going, searching for this stuff. Because if that's the case,
hey, we discover new things all the time. Might as well be hopeful about it.
And most of the things we discover are in the ocean. So I would say that, you know, it's very likely that there's some other crazy stuff that we have not seen. Also, I've heard your most likely place to find new species if you're looking anywhere is actually where it was like somewhere in South America. They said there is such a dense like series of rainforests that just people cannot seemingly get into, but if you can, they said all you would need to do is just lick the ground and you're gonna discover like 20 new species of ants. And sure, it's an ant, but we don't know most of the things that are in there. And that's...
did you hear some of the bad news recently though?
No.
Well, there's 2 bad things.
I don't like
3
that.
if you count. Well, first things first, the president of Brazil has been pushing to bulldoze more and more of the Amazon.
Oh my god.
He's completely disregarding all environmental interest and kind of just looking economic and pushing to cut down as much as possible, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, the problem with the Amazon, and I do see that, is that it's not like it's a pretty attraction or anything. There's nothing good there other than it's letting the environment go wild, and it can just create
kind
all
of
sorts
like
of ridiculous things for us to learn about. And that doesn't sound
large
very
source of
appealing
oxygen,
to a
large
Brazilian
source of
president, so I guess I see
biodiversity.
that.
Yeah. But beyond that, also current effects of climate change. At least there's been some recent studies. Bird populations have dropped by 60%, and
Like
just in general, and insect populations by 75.
Awesome.
Like
Keep it up,
diverse,
guys.
including like the diversity of insects as well.
I know. Yeah, that actually is a bad thing. Like if we lost
That's
like
incredibly
bees,
bad
for
because
example, that'd be terrible.
The insects are the most resilient thing on the planet. So if they're like the source of everything. So if they go, everything else is dead.
It would take a while, but yeah, that ain't good.
But yeah, so that's Rowan's kind of depressing nature fact of the day.
Nature fact of the day by Rowan. Now you have another reason to look up in the sky at night and scream. Still wondering if we want to throw like patches of fur. I don't think so. Like looking at how I got the head, I'm not really feeling.
Well, I think you could do a couple like you could probably do like a patch or two,
like on the shoulders,
to kind of give it that mane. Like,
on the mane?
Give it like not like a mane, but like you could add some patches so if like somebody had just been passing by it or something, they could have mistooken it for a mane.
Maybe. The thing is, like, well, the way I
because if you're
interpret it
going
like this,
like
instead of like a
logical here,
lion-y head, because I'm not trying to stray that far from it. I was thinking I would call something like that a lion if my toolkit of descriptors only consisted of like the most generic things you could see at a small zoo, and I couldn't really describe that head other than it has very large imposing teeth, of which I have only seen on something like a lion. You're not going to see that on, you know, a giraffe or a flamingo. I don't know what else something would have, but if I'd go any farther, yeah. Also, I'm not really showing it from this angle, but the way I was trying to draw the nose was supposed to be lion-shaped. Yeah. It's not really coming through, is it? I have him looking up. I'm trying to make it too awesome. They don't pose
I'm looking
like
at
that.
some turtle pictures, so I haven't checked. 1 second.
Yeah, turtles never have that,
Okay, cool.
that kind of nose, you know what I mean?
Right now it looks like, what's it called, an elephant seal? Yeah, right
Yeah,
now the nose
kinda
kind of
like
looks
that.
like an elephant seal.
Yeah, kind of like an angry elephant seal. I don't know why
Currently,
I didn't think of
the
that.
squad is talking about hunting great jagresses for some reason. I think it's because Squad asked if cross-platform world happens, Alex, I beg of you, please let me hunt a great jaguars with you. Just beat it into a bloody pulp.
On one condition. We go completely naked. No armor. And no real-world clothes either. I haven't done one of those in a while. World, for some reason, didn't have quests like that. I mean, it had some, but, like, no, it didn't really. I can't think of any. Did it? There might have been an arena, but that's different. Like, what happened to those quests, like, in 4, where the game would tell you, you can't bring any armor?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to those.
It's okay. Yeah, Chris, check out Monster Hunter. Finally gave me back my only copy of Animal Crossing: New Horizons. I've heard that game's pretty good. Granted, it's the only Nintendo game you're gonna see this year outside of no, it is. Xenoblade doesn't count. That's Monolith. Challenge accepted. Great Jagras it is. So I'm debating. Here, Rowan, how I'm thinking like Anjanath fur. Would you want like tufts of fur? Maybe like a little bit coming out here on the back of the head, and then it kind of shows up on the shoulders, maybe just the front shoulders.
It'll take a second for the stream to catch up, but
okay.
so
Yeah.
far sounds good.
You would want fur there? Because I was originally thinking of just keeping it smooth and more scaly looking like I have the sketch.
Well, I guess in the end it's really up to you, but that does sound like a cool concept that I think would give it a bit more character.
Okay. That's all I needed to hear. I'm gonna work from the shoulder first.
Feels so weird to talk about Monster Hunter again because ever since the lockdown or pandemic started,
Yeah.
I haven't actually played much. I think I only played once in the past like 3-4 months, and it was when this random guy on Discord wanted me to help him out.
Yeah, me too. And you know what's so weird? Like, I don't know if you were like this too, but I expected if we were all at any point going to be in like a pandemic where people were locked up like this, the things that are going to go crazy are like all sorts of online entertainment. You would expect video games to go way up. You would expect people to be texting and calling each other more on their phones. But for some reason, none of that. Everyone is like doing completely different things that they would never expect that they should be doing. Like, I don't understand at all. But
Like hiking and going on walks.
yeah, like what's up, people?
Because that's what I mean. I do that too, but I also still play a lot of games.
Yeah, I have been working a tremendous amount on my graphic novel, but of course that's not different than normal. What is weird to me,
I've been
though,
doing
is that,
YouTube.
like, people used to text me before. Now nobody does. I find that really strange.
Yeah, you've been working on your graphic novel. I've been uploading YouTube videos because I finally decided to do that.
Oh
and
yeah, good.
Editing is a lot.
Yeah, editing's a lot, man. That's why it's like it's no joke that my playing with myself series was seriously like an alternative to having a video a day, because I normally had a video a day, and I was like, well, I could, you know, switch it for a video that's edited a little nicer, and I can start a new series. We're like, all right.
Over the past few days, I've been doing a lot of game stuff, and I did some vlog type stuff originally, like just me talking about stuff I'm interested in, but then I actually started recording games, and first off, it was annoying to hear myself talk back because I always wanted to get rid of the ums and buts as I was talking.
Yeah, happens.
And I ended up pushing myself a little too hard with it. I was doing like 2 to 3 episodes like every day, like 30-minute to an hour.
Well, oh, you don't want to know how long I record. If I do anything, it is a whole day event.
I'd record for a lot longer than that, but that's just how long the episodes ended up being when I cut them down.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
I ended up staying up really late trying to get them onto YouTube, as it was saying, processing failed, please restart.
Right. There, can you see this? And while you take a look at that and let me know in a moment, I am going wow, that's underneath the, hold on. Wait, hold on. I just goofed this. There we go. Now it's on the right layer. Alright. Now I'm gone. Bird Birkin. Tell me about that fur when I get back.
Okay. Okay, I think I have an idea. To everybody in the chat, while he's gone, the shoulder hair. Oh wait, are you back?
Well, yeah. Were you talking to nobody?
Well, I was thinking for a second because I'm pretty sure the chat can still hear me.
Yeah,
to the best of my knowledge, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just coming up with an idea. I was thinking that the neck hair looks fine, but the shoulder hair kind of looks a bit weird. Like if you look at it zoomed out like this.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what makes it weird.
Huh. Maybe it's the fact that I don't have the base of the shell overlapping it yet, because I was gonna erase how do I get back in here? Some of
yeah, that's probably it.
This part, because it's gonna go underneath the shell. Let me kind of excavate it now, like that.
Ooh, RNG has some good YouTube related news.
Really? Good YouTube news.
Well, no,
how does this look, by the way?
It wasn't written. I didn't mean YouTube news. I meant more just like he's recording a Cute Charm playthrough.
Oh, okay.
I meant that more. It's just yeah. Yeah, he says, I started an easygoing Soul Silver Cute Charm randomizer playthrough and recorded it on my YouTube.
Huh, that's funny. I'm doing the exact same thing very soon. I don't know how soon. I've been very Pokemon'd out lately, so I want to make sure when I do get around to it that, you know, I'm into it and I'm really liking it.
Yeah, as soon as this all started, I owned the entire Half-Life collection since before it started, and I was almost done with the original Half-Life. But then the moment all this started, I was sitting down at my computer deciding what to do, and then I thought, wait a minute, I've never finished this. Better get to it, and that's what I did for like the past 2 months.
Yikes. I have been in situations like that. Like right now, I decided to go back through Final Fantasy VII and like actually start trophy hunting, and I've never done that before. But it's only because they actually seem like manageable this time. Like I'm thinking in comparison, like Hollow Knight. That was another game that I kind of thought about doing that for, and it's unreal the kind of things that they ask you to do. So, no surprise, I just looked at it like that's not possible. But instead, now I'm looking at Final Fantasy VII like, I could actually get through that, and I could see myself, you know, actually completing this. But yeah, it's this quarantine is doing some odd stuff to my normal gameplay too.
Oh, you wouldn't believe how obsessed with, like, achievement hunting I got once I finished Half-Life 2. Because I came to the decision that I wish to 100% the entire Half-Life franchise, which included achievements. So I've got all 108. I don't have a VR headset, so I'm not counting that until I have one.
Okay.
But other than that, I got all 108 in the main series. Or no, was it 108? No, I think it's 108 with the ones from Black Mesa.
You become the G-Man.
I'm missing one on Black Mesa.
That's the weird guy at the end, right? When you just like, not to spoil the game, guys, because we are gonna play it very soon, but I'm just gonna leave it at that. The weird guy at the end that I don't even think we fully understand what the heck happens.
Wait, you played Half-Life 2, right?
No. Would that explain it?
Well, not really, but you at least get a more, like, a good idea of his motives, at least to a somewhat extent.
Okay, because I was like, I don't even know if it's, because it looks like a human still. Like, is it actually, like, some part of this alien project, or?
That's never answered. It's more just like he could be human, he could be something else entirely.
Yeah, he seems more like he comes from another realm.
With his employers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I feel like it's not much of a spoiler to say anything about Half-Life because it's been long enough.
I know, but we're also about to play it, and some people were upset.
True.
I couldn't believe this. Like, actually upset, and like some things in Final Fantasy, I was like, that game has been out forever!
Yeah, I guess there's just a lot of new people getting into series nowadays.
Yeah.
But, oh yeah, I had an answer to your question earlier. Because I played, shortly after we talked about it originally, I played through Black Mesa, and
yeah,
they took out some of the parts that were, like, bad, and like, improved things that could have been improved on.
What do you mean bad? Because, like, it has been forever since I've gone through Half-Life.
Do you at least remember a fair amount of it?
Here's what I remember. I'm gonna tell you almost the full extent of my Half-Life memory. Like, mostly what it's like really impressive for at the time was not using cutscenes to tell its story. It was actually in-game, and they were trying to like make you walk up to characters and they interacted with you and said stuff to you. That was new and really amazing at the time. So a lot of the storytelling was you walking up to characters and having them interact and speak with you. You're at like this, like kind of like a think tank like facility underground, and you're testing something. Things go wrong, and you kind of open this weird portal, and a bunch of aliens start coming through, and it kind of turns into like a BioShock-esque. You have melee and still like first-person shooting to fight your way through and kill them, and you're like sometimes even in and out of like dimensional portals in the alien world, and there's like a government group coming in to try and exterminate everything there, including you, to cover everything up. And in the end, you fight like a giant alien thing.
Yeah,
and
that's what's holding the portal open.
Some weird alternate reality thing. I don't even know where the G-Man is, and he's like got some plans for you, where like Matrix style makes you choose.
And then Half-Life 2.
Yeah, Half-Life 2. I guess I don't know then, but anyway, that's all I know about the original.
Well, that gives me an idea then. But anyway, evil idea aside, what was it? Oh yeah, so Yeah, you got that pretty much right. I'm not going to say too much because I feel like it'd be nice to leave some surprises for you. But let's just say there were some rough parts of the there were some really rough parts of the game originally. Now that I've had to replay it as well, that weren't incredibly great. Like for instance, there's this part
I remember
where
there's some like bits like platforming that were really bad.
Yeah, they fixed a lot of rough stuff. For instance, there was this one chapter called Surface Tension where you were fighting the army, but it was really long and there were a lot of really bad, there was a lot of really tedious sections, and they either shortened them or just improved them so that they're much more enjoyable as you go through them.
That's good.
And there's, for instance, the best comparison I can give is that there was this part where there's a mortar and you need to aim it to like open the path forward, but the controls in the original Half-Life for it are really tedious, where you have to like press individual little buttons with the reticule to actually move the targeting system like right and left, and the whole time there's a big monster chasing you.
Oh god.
In Black Mesa, they improved it by making it so the monster can't actually like hit you with its one-shot attack while you're up on the platform to aim it. And also, it's a digital screen that you click to position the target. And all that. That's the best comparison I can give. They make it a lot easier to run.
That's good.
And the ending of the game was actually Valve's greatest, one of their greatest regrets, like with the whole alien world thing, which is called Zen. They hated that level because it was really rushed and it was too short. They didn't do well with the platforming. They hated it. So the Crowbar Collective, the guys who made this, actually like pretty much completely remade Zen while also keeping some of the aspects from before. So cool. I think you saw it in the trailer, right? Like, did you watch the trailer?
Yeah, I watched the trailer.
Okay, yeah. Towards the end, when you saw that alien stuff, that was all Crowbar Collective, just to put that into perspective.
Yeah, because I didn't remember a lot of that. I do know there were bits where like you visually flashed, like you saw some more of it, but I didn't remember that much. So that looked pretty good.
A lot of it's basically like they are the same locations from in Half-Life 1, because I've compared them recently looking at them, but they basically just lengthened them and just reworked the graphics. Because it was kind of just a green blob originally in terms of what everything looked like. But now it's like a vibrant alien landscape, because Zen is supposed to be a border world between all dimensions. So like if you wanted to cross from one dimension to the next, Zen is like the border of all of them. So now that's kind of like fleshed out. Did I disconnect again?
No, I heard you.
Okay, sorry. It went quiet for a second. I was like,
I'm also focusing
not again.
at the same time.
Yeah, no, I can see you drawing. You're doing really good.
Oh, thank you! So does this look okay? This was what I was thinking about the shoulder thing. Like, it was gonna, like, wrap around each and kind of keep flowing down its back.
Yeah, I know. That looks really good, actually, now that it's, like, fully realized.
I'm actually thinking, Anjanath. Because there's just, like, kind of patches in certain areas. And also, with his head down... And I would expect something like this would keep its head very low. Unless it's, roaring like this. Then it would actually look like it's got this big billowing mane that goes down its back. And also, that does put fur on all 6 of the legs, so you could still retain the bear quality to it.
Yeah, it'd be like a shaved bear. Have you seen the pictures of shaved bears?
No.
Or hairless bears.
No, I'm gonna look that up now.
I'm gonna put it on Discord real quick.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna Google.
It's terrifying.
Aw, poor bears. Yeah, they look still like bears. I mean, I've seen bears move around so much. Yeah, they look like large dogs. Large, hairless dogs like that. Bears are...
I've seen some like night pictures of those, and they're really creepy in the dark.
Oh, I bet. I'm trying to get like folding skin down in here. like it's a harder case of the shell continues. I have
I think I'll put it in just for the sake of it. I'm gonna put it in memes. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. Hairless bears. Okay. Then I should probably finish off the belly.
Squad says you should do a Google game live stream Alex Lamau.
God. I have thought about it. I don't know how I would censor it because you don't know what'll come up. But it would be so funny.
Which Google game? There's a couple of them.
The one I made.
Oh wait, no, not. I'm thinking of something different. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Why is it that when I just googled shaved bears, a picture of Jason Momoa popped up? I just found a video on it. Yes, Ditto can transform into a Mega Evolved Pokemon. It needs to be limber, though. Imposter puts it at a disadvantage. Yeah. Well, really. I don't really know anything about competitive Pokemon. Don't ask me.
Squad, I did put a picture of one in Discord in the memes section if you want to look at one. What were you thinking for color scheme?
I was just thinking about that. I'm not sure, because obviously this purple-blue thing going on is just so that I'm not drawn against complete white.
Yeah.
I'll change that later. I don't know.
Probably the fur, if it's like kind of a water-esque animal, it would be like a dark brown to like almost black in color. Because most water creatures that have fur.
True. I wonder if there's anything like this that I can, not like a platypus. Let's see what kind of like look those things have. They're usually very dark.
Yeah, I guess a platypus would be the closest similarity you could get
to
an this
creature that's real.
Or an echidna.
Yeah.
Oh, Squad Fam says, you should make the tufts of hair neon pink and put a speech bubble next to its mouth saying, "Yas, queen." And then Cameron talks about Pokemon. Imposter Ditto automatically transforms into the opposing Pokemon on the field once sent out. The opponent can then Mega Evolve after the Imposter Ditto transformed.
Okay. Well, if you're starting with it, I don't know anything about that. I would figure you would wait for the Mega Pokemon to come out and then you would throw your Ditto, or if it killed your Pokemon, then you could throw the Ditto in. Imposter would save you the turn. But I don't know. Like I said, not good at this stuff. Tried to be at one point, long time ago. Gave up on that.
Cameron says, I'm a search for shaved bears on Google. See what I get.
Oh,
Braces for impact.
Let that Google game you away? What do I get at the what is the very bottom of... I typed in hairless bear. Let me see what I get at the very bottom of Google. I
bet shaved bear is pretty bad.
The very last image is this really creepy skin, like, just hairless cat.
like a sphinx cat, or just a cat that has been shaved?
It's an actual hairless cat. It's just
because there's sphinxes and gremlins. Those are the two different. I think hairless cats. Gremlins are the ones with like ears that point inward. They look like little gremlin horns.
I'm pretty sure it's one of the
and sphinx cats are the normal ones.
Yeah, figuring out the folds on things like this is always a little tough.
Yeah, I've always considered when playing D&D just having a mythological Tarask show up just to see my players freak out for a second, thinking they're gonna fight the giant one that's like in D&D.
Oh, there's a giant one in D&D?
No, like you know the picture I sent you for the original concept? The one that's kind of like a big mountainous lizard. Well, that one is like the size of a castle.
Oh yeah, okay.
And its whole deal is that it'll tunnel through the ground and randomly pop up in the middle of a city out of nowhere.
That's weird.
And it's like one of the most difficult things to kill. Like spells reflect off of it. Some ranged spells will actually reflect back at the caster, stuff like that.
Oh god. Oh man, that reminds me. This was so bad. So I don't want to like completely derail this, but just reminded me. I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and there's like the simulator things we skipped over. And I went back to do it, and there's another bit where it's like play as every single character and they have to beat this gauntlet of enemies. One of the enemies in there I had to fight has the ability to reflect all magic back at you, and you cannot get rid of it unless you happen to have that same materia on hand that can remove it, or just use physical. Well, I was fighting with Aerith. She has no physical attacks whatsoever, and this thing put reflect on, and I had no way to get rid of it. You can't switch your materia out while you're fighting. I was like, are you kidding me? I'm trapped. The game locked me out. I was like, I can't do anything. This is the end. I now just couldn't do a darn thing against it. Just had to quit. Turn the game back on. It's kind of weird when stuff like that happens. It's usually very rare, but it can happen.
They're bringing up good points. Cameron says, well, I got shaved bears. I also got shaved penguins, creepy bald dudes, and a shaved quote-unquote delicate things. Not even at the bottom of the page yet. And then Squad says, let us not let this Tarask distract us from the horrors of male pattern baldness and how terrifyingly common it is. And then Cameron says, again, it's getting worse the further I scroll. Now I see a picture of a bearded woman with a pink tuft of hair.
Yeah! And that's what you need to Google. You just put that right back in, bearded woman with pink tuft of hair, and then all of a sudden you're not getting that. Yeah, there's like one of his finished legs. For something of that weight, I was thinking more of like elephant thickness and folding layers of, but the bottom like more like a frog look. And then a large...
kind of amphibious.
Yeah. Just to make sure that it retains that. D&D is one of those games that a friend of mine really wants me to get into.
I've been kind of having bad luck with... actually a lot, but D&D is one of the things.
Bad luck in the game, or what do you
mean? As soon as everything started, I usually DM for a group in town. Like there's a little game store, and I DM for people there. But as soon as everything went down, it closed up, and my group isn't coordinated enough to set up online.
No. That stinks.
Well, I mean, they're really coordinated when they play, just not with stuff like Discord.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention with the whole thing from earlier, the car was also not really... It was a symptom, but the main problem that I'm having right now is I quit my job. I really liked my job before, but they weren't paying enough, and And at the end of winter, that was during the end of the real big business season, and they were cutting back the hours a lot, so I needed to leave and switch to a different job, so I left, and I already had some things planned, and I had some, like, I put in my resume, I applied to a few different places in town, I was really excited, and then right as I applied to all those places, everything started.
Yeah.
And everything shut down.
I was being interviewed at the
I can't
time.
even get unemployment.
Yeah, I can't either. It's just really unfair how some of the sections are, like, just not working with unemployment. And of course you can't talk to anybody to explain situations or anything like that. Like, right now in my state, there's supposed to be something going on, like, if you had been unemployed previous to this happening and unemployment was exhausted, you can still use it. But the thing is, there's nobody who's gonna help you reset it up. You know, so it was pointless, and it just wastes my time when I'm trying to, like, figure this out to make the state, you know, help me pay bills, and they just don't want to. They're like, oh, we're gonna...
Did you at least get the surplus check?
I at least got
whatever that check is called?
I at least got that. But,
I was happy because that paid for, like, half of the car payment, so...
Yeah,
or it paid me back for about half of it.
Right, because Kim, her phone is basically dead. She dropped it in the sink. And, that thing was dead anyway, it was super old. But on top of that, her laptop also needed to be replaced. And, like, all this stuff is happening as this is happening, and we're like, we have no money. But if we don't have that laptop, we can't work at all. So we were trying to get the computer, and we were trying to figure out how we're going to save up for that thing. So we were like, we desperately need the check to do that. Of course, it's all happening at the worst times.
Cameron says, Cameron was talking about, with Christopher, he was talking about how his Google search history is ruined right now, and I just saw something funny. He said, unfortunately, Google remembers, like, the velociraptors I have in captivity. And also Dr. Xavier is here.
Hey, Dr. Xavier, and anybody else, guys, if I've not seen you or said anything, welcome. I am drawing the mythological Tarrasque right now. Also, if you have any Q-Charm Pokemon to pick up, let me know. I do have my Pokemon game on.
I'm gonna leave in, like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, because my brother needs a ride.
Ooh. Okay. So you'll be back then, you just gotta, like...
While my mom is working, because I still live here, of course, and... yeah, I think, mom's working at the hospital, so...
Oh, yikes.
Well, no, it's not bad. She's not inpatient right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like, it spreads so ludicrously fast that, like, you get one person who has that, and all of a sudden just the wrong people happen to be in contact with them. And it spreads through staff
it's
really
just,
quickly.
Part of what helps is that Dartmouth, the hospital that's around here, is really good at stuff like that, but
I don't know how bad it is for your area, though.
Yeah, it was one of the earlier sites for it, but anyway, yeah, so I'm going to help out. While I'm here, I help out by giving my brothers rides to places and helping out with errands.
It's something you can do.
Makes me feel at least a little bit better about all this. Can at least help out.
Yeah, I've been pretty overwhelmed with all this, too. Bad timing. You know what makes it especially worse is during this, YouTube decided to drastically change the how do I describe it? The revenue ratios that they give partners. It used to be hey, it's kind of hard to describe how they changed the actual numbers, but basically YouTube's people are watching YouTube more right now, as you can imagine. but creators are making substantially less. And YouTube is like trying to pretend that nobody would notice that they changed all the numbers because they knew that a ton more was coming in, and they were like, oh, let's try and anticipate how much more, so that way they don't notice that, you know, when they're making the same amount but they were getting way more views. We're not stupid. And like everybody sees, we're like, we're making so little now, and actually they overshot how much to fake it, and everyone's actually losing out. I'm actually making about half what I normally do, and it's very little. It basically just pays for what little we do need for, like, you know, new parts or games or things like that, or subscription services we need to keep this running. And like, YouTube, you can't just do that. But they felt like it because they were like, hey, we can take that money. we have the ability to just take their money.
Yeah, it seems like
all the companies that are taking advantage of people in like a pandemic. It really shows like what kind of companies some of them are.
Yeah, it appears like Dr. Xavier brought up a quick point I'm just going to mention before I talk. He said they also move the comments for some reason, and it's really annoying him. And I get that. I've seen it's on mobile. Whenever you are trying to look at a YouTube video on mobile, instead of the comments being on the bottom, they're like right under the video between where the suggested videos are.
Yeah, it's really weird. I noticed that too.
But yeah, it seems like a lot of companies, like, after the first couple of months have been, like, either breaking down, or it's been, like, war with the people who are usually fans of those companies. Like, whether it be video games or YouTube, it's kind of
all
like...
all sorts of stuff. And you can tell,
yeah.
like, for example...
Disney,
yeah. Some companies, like Progressive, are,
Naughty Dog,
like, still making ordinary commercials as if nothing is happening. And they're having people, like... tons of people interacting with each other in their commercials to try and make their bad jokes, but like everyone's so close to each other and they're pretending that they're not, like, it's normal. And like, you are just putting these people at risk, just those people there, and then you're also showing out everyone else that you're gonna pay for these new commercials to get made during this. It just seems really scummy. Like, that's where these people's money is going.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I think Safe Auto's doing it too. There's a lot of companies that are just, like, taking advantage of people.
Luckily, like, around here, companies aren't a huge big deal, I think, because right now, the whole message of, like, the New Hampshire, Vermont area is support local businesses, because we don't want them to go out of business. So we're, like, getting, for instance, like, people are getting a lot of takeout and stuff like that to support all the local restaurants.
Yeah,
to make sure that they don't go out of business during, like, all of this.
Yeah, right. There's,
because you still need them after it's over.
We do, and the problem is, it's not like they can all just shut down and do nothing for a while, because we all still need the funds to do that. We need food to come in. Yeah, it's just bad. Around here, I was just looking at the stats this morning, and I was thinking, like, what part of these numbers say reopen restaurants? Because, like, we're going up still. We're getting more and more cases, more and more deaths, and they're like, you know, it's not like we have any ways to test. We actually are one of the worst states for actually testing for the virus. And our numbers are just going up. And people are insisting that they reopen stuff. I saw that, like...
Yeah, that only works if people use the correct precautions. Like, I know you mentioned about the masks earlier, but they technically do help a little bit as long as you're actually using them properly. Most people don't.
You need a particular kind of mask, and the masks that
we have access to
are expensive. Because, like...
We have access to a lot of just, like, the general hospital ones around here, because they've been handing them out and all that stuff.
If you have any ins with a hospital, then you might actually have some good masks, but the kind of masks
we actually
that
had some
they
problems,
want people to use are... They don't do anything. The problem is, like, you're trying to stop a virus. And it's an airborne virus. The airborne virus is gonna go through cloth. And it's gonna go through those plastic ones with the grooves in it. Like, it goes through it. A virus is like, what is it, like 100 times smaller than a red blood cell? Or something like that? It's absurdly tiny. And it's gonna get through.
Yeah, it's mainly masks are meant to just help
limit the amount that comes out, I guess. Like,
it doesn't even. I don't even think it slightly limits it. I've heard many doctors say that it is a complete waste. If anything, the only good that it does is is a visual reminder for other people to stay away from each other. Because other than that, like, it doesn't really do anything. But the fact that it's like a mandated thing, like you must wear your mask before you leave, it's like.
Well, they still can catch like the particulate. I'm pretty sure, like, around here, I've heard, at least generally speaking, that they do help a little bit in terms of how much we'll actually catch, because it's still, like, surface area, but... yeah, it doesn't help that much.
That's really
does,
hard to
like,
test, you know?
I don't know, it's just we have... Technically, the hospital I've been talking about is one of the better ones in the country, but I'm not sure... Because we're in an Ivy League area, so... I guess. I hardly ever think about that because it's the next town over, but...
I heard some crazy stuff lately about Yale and Harvard were part of the whole, like, spy conspiracy thing that was selling information to China, which actually inadvertently started all of this crap. A lot of people are getting arrested for it. So, like, that's straight up treason. High. That's treason, man.
It is interesting to think about that this is a major historical event that'll be looked back on for years to come.
Well, yeah, but also, I've heard a lot of other doctors claiming that it's probably just going to be a new thing we have to deal with, like the flu, just a normal thing we're going to have to keep making new vaccines for because it's going to evolve too quickly. Because it's an engineered virus.
It's going to be like, I just mean like the initial pandemic is going to be a somewhat important historical event.
Yeah,
whether it be socially or medically.
Yeah, and I've heard some other doctors like estimating about how long it's going to take for things to be even remotely normal again, and estimating based on your age how likely it is that you will ever even see that world. It's like, that's frightening.
Well,
like
the earliest
parents, that saying likely might not even see the end of this.
The earliest projected for the vaccine to come out is November.
Yeah, but the vaccine doesn't stop everything. Even
I know it at least makes it better. But
yeah, well, the problem with that too is the vaccine being made in November doesn't mean you can distribute it legally and even test it properly. Testing and all that takes so long, and we have all these precautions for a reason. And if we jump through those hoops, we can actually kill more people. So, or just infect them. That's a huge risk with vaccine.
Well, the main thing right now is that currently it's less of a... Doctors have already accepted that it's not a matter of if people are going to be infected, it's a matter of when.
Yes.
So, mainly right now, all they're trying to do is slow it down because they can handle people getting infected and, like, working through it, but they don't have they just need to make sure that they don't clog up the hospitals and, like, all of the breeding machines places, and all that stuff.
Yeah, but other places, like New York, or even think of Italy, they have so many people that are sick, they are basically just looking around and choosing who do we need to let die because we can't allot these resources to everybody. And they have been doing this, especially in Italy and New York. I don't know about other places. I've heard lots of interviews with doctors and medical students and people who are working there, and man, it is the apocalypse for them. Like, we can kind of like sit here and pretend that we're fine, just kind of waiting for the vaccinations and everything, but it ain't good, man.
Yeah, Cameron did say something funny. He said, a new generation of children will be born in the midst of all of this. They will be called coronials.
You know what's funny? I am expecting a huge raise in pregnancies in this time. Like, ludicrous amounts. Like, people are just trapped at home. Nothing to do. Get cracking. There we go. So we can't really see the other sides of these legs, but we can see those thumb claws a little bit better from this angle. Yeah, I'm wondering what color too. I'm thinking of different kind of colors for like the belly section versus the skin, maybe like a darker or a lighter version. Probably darker.
It'd probably be like lighter underbelly, but just like darker over.
Yeah. And then it'll kind of go through the tail once I get back there. Man, this is taking a while with all the little detailing I'm doing on him.
It depends. So what were you thinking? Were you thinking like riverbed colors, or were you thinking like kind of standout-ish colors? Like, I don't know, like a turtle green or something? Or like more skin color. I don't know. Like, I can imagine a few different ones. Because you could go, because of how you've designed the legs, you could either go like, you could go skin kind of colored, you could go elephant skin kind of colored, you could
like
go
you
can go amphibious, you could go reptilian. Like, the color scheme could be any of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you wanted to go full on riverbed, you could go like kind of like dull browns with kind of limeish greens.
I don't know. Does anybody in the comments have any idea about colors? What do you guys think? Because I am kind of torn.
Well, I gotta take my brother. I'll be back.
Go for it. Yeah, I will try
bit,
and do this myself.
Does Cameron have access to the chat?
I don't know.
Or the lobby, because he could hop in.
Well, yeah. Right now, guys, I am in the Wycademy lobby, so that is a voice chat you can access on Discord right now. It is a Patreon room though it's the lower tier one than the full-on like live stream lobby that I normally do for like video game stuff, which I am getting back into soon. I swears. I need to do more of that, but I have been very busy lately, so I'm gonna try and at least do like one of these a week. Yas, queen.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Virus is really bad in your area. It's even in your town. Oh, yeah, it's in my county, and it's really bad here. Now, granted, of course, we're not New York. Like, we don't have millions of people living on top of each other, quite literally, but it's still really bad here. Now, I remember back when it was starting, everyone was like, oh, it's probably not gonna come here, and I'm like, you don't understand, like, the incubation period for this thing is, like, multiple weeks, and if you get one patient here, you're actually multiple weeks back in seeing where you really are on your own curve, and an exponent, people don't understand what an exponent is very well, unless we have math students in here that are gonna be like, I know exponents! No exponents. They're important. Understanding how something multiplies out and keeps getting larger and larger based on the previous solution. Like, have you ever heard that analogy of the, or like, what's better, you know, if I gave you $1 million or like 1 penny and then like double the amount of pennies the next day and like double the amount of pennies the next day for a month? Would you want the $1 million right now, or you want the penny deal? It's the pennies equates to like something over $10 million if you just go for that instead. And it's because of how fast things multiply out. Even if you start with pennies, it takes for like those final few days, and it just like keeps spiking and spiking. And it's all because of how an exponent works. It could like look really slow at first, but then like you multiply it and it curves up. If you've done oh geez, there's calculus has a lot of this. You're in New Jersey? Yeah, New Jersey's pretty bad too. It's mainly because like a lot of people from New York also like either commute to or from or are in New Jersey. Yeah, so New Jersey is pretty messy right now. Like Ohio got it pretty bad, but granted, the thing is like the thing with Ohio compared to other states around it is like Ohio is mostly farmland. And then there's like a few cities that have tons of people. So the state looks lower, but the counties are awful. Does that make sense? Like, because like it's being balanced out with a bunch of corn. You know, there's nothing around us. He's poking me through text and doesn't know why. Must respond with the multitudes of poking. I'm gonna try and continue like these scattered lines and get the spikes back in. Yeah, virus isn't fun. Nobody wants to talk about that. So that's why we're drawing a giant evil turtle monster. Weird thing, too. What's this called? The Terror of the Tarrasque is what my section of this book is called. Now, I wonder what games you guys would want me to get back into first, because I could start doing Master and Cult. See, that's what I was thinking. I was just going to ask you guys, like, what kind of games would you want me to jump back into? Would you want me to do a Monster Hunter stream? Would you want to see me start doing Black Mesa? There's other stuff I know we were playing. But anyway, like, Shovel Knight, Ori and the Blind Forest, I just want to know which ones you guys would want to jump into first, because I want to start alternating these things again. Also doing, like, more of a, art stream where I'm just working on the book, though I'm wondering how frequently I want to keep doing that. Just because some things, of course, I can't show you because they're spoilers into the book itself. That ain't happening. No, we did not finish Shovel Knight. We have to finish. It's been so long. Master and Kolb is gone with Nami else here. See, I don't even care about either. Especially the Kolb I don't care about. So, and like, I don't know, there's nothing really exciting about the Namiel. I don't really care. I mean, it's just as a fun thing for us to do, but not to, like, jump up and, like, desperately try and stream on time, you know? It's just, there's nothing there, you know? It was like an excuse to play the game. Maybe. Also reminds me of Generations Ultimate. It's another game. Well, I mean, I still technically kind of finished that. I didn't get to some of these ending deviant monsters, but I am just not a fan of that game. Probably the worst Monster Hunter game. Well, Generations in general is. It's not just Ultimate. It's just the same game ported with more stuff in it. I don't know. I always take quality over quantity is my thing. And that is certainly a quantity over quality game. And it's really what they were going for. You know, it was the end of an era, and they knew it. It's really not that bad. It's just something that I wish that the West understood more. Because it was not really intended for us. Well, you could do Plague, Spectre, and King Knight campaigns. I haven't even finished Shovel Knight. Like, the main campaign. Where the stream ends, that's where I still am. Yeah. It's bad. We'll get there eventually. How do I... Let's try and curve those together like that. Every Ultimate game is just copy and paste. Smash Brothers Ultimate's a completely new game. I'm trying to think of another Ultimate. Unless you just meant the Monster Hunter ones. In which case it's just add the G rank in. Sure. When does Alatreon come out? So they moved Alatreon back because the virus is kind of being problematic over there, which is obviously understandable. But thing is, they didn't really give us a new date. I don't think they did. If they did, I wouldn't really hold them to it that much. Just kind of wait until they say. I think they pushed it back another month. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they posted it on their site. I was just kind of waiting it, like, whatever, we'll figure it out eventually when it comes out. I follow their Twitter anyway, I'm sure I'll find out. And on that day, you will see me playing it. Unless, of course, my PS Plus account goes out, in which case, maybe not. I don't know. Well, I will, but solo, which would be a little disappointing. That's why I like for sure, before I lose that account, I want to make sure that I play online with you guys. So that would stink. There's other stuff I still wanted to play, though. There's always stuff I wanted to play. It's how it goes. Have you heard the rumors of the frozen Barioth sprite? No. As in like one of the icons? Because a sprite is like a PNG file image. A render is a 3D model image. So if it's a render, no, that would be very interesting. If it's just a sprite, could have just been a variant that they were working on, which is likely to happen. I wouldn't be too shocked. There we go. It's probably like the last of the spikes right there. Alright, cool. I'm gonna get like the rest of the ribs and stuff through here. I call it ribs, but ribs of the shell. Let's undo that one. I don't like that. Man, all this drawing's making me want to work on my comic. I still heard they delayed election because of how COVID's affecting Europe. Yep, they certainly did. I think they pushed it back a month is what I said. Though it could be more than that, I don't know. What's really weird, because we just talked about Smash Brothers and the COVID being pushing everything off. It's actually kind of funny. Sakurai was just interviewed, and it sounds like COVID is actually, because everyone's working from home, most of the Japanese don't have any means to work from home, but strangely enough, his team actually has really good computers, and they're actually able to work from home pretty well. Their secrecy is being kept very well as well. So it sounds like it's working out for them, and he even said he thinks they're ahead of schedule. So I was like, nice. Man, he's a crazy good boss if he can manage all that craziness. Yeah, someone found a Monster Hunter World icon, so yeah, it was a sprite of the Frozen Barioth, which is a variant in Monster Hunter Explore. Oh. Or whatever the little monster icons are called. Yeah, I forget what Explore was on, but I know what you're talking about. Nope, undo that. Should probably make these a little more cracked at the corners. And then, sway those up and down and down. And then I have that ribbed section at the bottom. I have to go through and obviously erase a lot. Oh, hold on. There's bits here, here, here. There should be one about there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought Explore was a mobile game. Of course, Game Freak has no problem rushing and releasing new DLC. I don't think anybody was even remotely worried about their DLC for Pokemon anyway, because nobody gave a crap. See, that's another one of those games like Generations where, like, when it's coming out, I'll point out to people, I'm like, guys, this is really low quality. You should be upset about this. This is bad. You're not gonna like this game. Everyone's like, no, you're crazy. It's so great. It's so perfect. We love everything they do. I wanna lick their balls. And then, of course, the game comes out and it's terrible, and people are either, like, defending it with, like, but I think it's still good. And you can kind of hear it, like, they hate it, but they just don't want to be wrong. And then, they start adding DLC. People are just like enablers for the problem. Just keeps getting worse. It's Game Freak fans, man. enablers. I want to see companies do something like what Monster Hunter did. If they are going to make a game that is really low budget and crappy like the Generation games, then at least be working on like a really big project. Have a reason for doing that, you know? It's like for helping fund a new, very large project that people are going to really enjoy. Yeah, Monster Hunter mobile game. Yeah, I don't really know if I trust those leaks. There's been a lot of fake leaks with Monster Hunter, so it was fine on Nutshell. Sword and Shield isn't the greatest Pokemon, but it's playable. Yeah, there's some parts that are not playable, which is really unfortunate. I have seen some people especially try and do online features, and it's unplayable. Completely unplayable. Which, ugh. I want to see them succeed. That's one thing I don't think people understand when I complain about Pokemon. I want to see them do well. I picked on Monster Hunter for a very long time. Look what they did. Alright, let's clean these up. Guys, sucks Game Freak off no matter what happens. Yeah, well, also his problem is he also is an enabler of trolls. He kind of like lives off of that. That's his channel. It's his gimmick, really. And it's mostly because, unfortunately, the Pokemon community has just turned into such a hotbed of trolls anyway. Just really, genuinely awful people. And it didn't used to be like that. Just the majority has suddenly turned toward that direction just because of the, I want to say, the defenders and the enablers and the people who just love the drama of what all the problems were of the previous generation to this one were. And it's just turning into a complete nightmare. Like, the games aren't getting any better because of it. You know, it's just it's a bad scene, man. Oh, you can still love certain Pokemon designs from the generation. I think Yamper's great. I really liked the turtle, actually. Forget his name. But, not the little one. The little one, I don't like him at all. But the big turtle, he looks like the Tarrasque, actually. I forget his name. Dreadnought, something like that. I thought he was pretty cool. But still, yeah, I mean, just don't do that to your consumers, you know? That's crappy. That's some crappy stuff right there. Let's try and get a little bit of chips and shading in here. No, that first one's too fat. There we go. Kind of raise these edges a bit. And then do these. Kind of show where the direction is flowing. See, that's like kind of raising up the shell a bit. Gonna put a small one up there. The only Gen 8 Pokemon I like is Corviknight. Corviknight's okay. I was really bummed when they showed that he was actually like in a huge evolutionary line. I looked at him like, but why? And even still stat-wise, I was like, why do we need this? That's another thing I look at some Pokemon, I'm like, why did you make that? I don't have a problem with the Pokemon's design though, if that makes sense. You know, like visually, I'm just saying like stats and types. Sometimes they make some really weird choices and I'm like, why didn't you, like there's so many new actual creatures you never made Pokemon for, yet you keep remaking stuff. Like they keep redoing the same things over and over again and I don't get it. I don't really care anymore though. Like I said, I am like so done with Pokemon because like mostly like this past year has showed me Game Freak doesn't care of what you think, you know, and that's what's so disappointing. Like we're having clear backlash from fans. It was intense. They needed to fix it. And instead they did exactly what people didn't want to see. And all what happened was they lost a lot of their audience and gained a lot of trolls. So it's been a very, very damaging year for Pokemon. so I'm not really... If anything, like, I've toned down the Pokemon content on my channel because I want to make sure that I'm not bringing those trolls here. I don't want to see them. Whenever I do anything that even Pokemon related, they show up again. They, like, resurface. God, what's wrong with these people? I love Alcremie Rainbow form for obvious reasons. The Alcremie, I like Pokemon with a stupid amount of forms, but, I don't know. That one, I don't remember if it was something that seemed as collectible as, like, for example, Vivillon. I love Vivillon. Or Vivian, heard it's supposed to be pronounced. I don't care. Kind of get those shells some plating. I love Kushala's theme so much. Kushala's theme's alright. I don't hate it. I don't know if, like, I like this remake that they did of it, though. The one for World may be my least favorite of the Kushala themes. Which sounds a little strange, because World has made everything sound amazing so far. But something about Kush's, I don't know. It's just okay. Maybe it's the fact that he's, like, super annoying to fight. What about Temtem? I don't know what that means, man. I'm just gonna throw some hatchings on here because I can't really see. But it's back there. Getting a little hungry too. Hopefully I can finish this guy before I have to get some food. Coloring doesn't take as long as inking everything. Obviously this is a very detailed one to ink as well. So I'm getting to play the Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance Pokemon games just as I installed an emulator on my Chromebook. Now for Sword I loved Yamper and Bolton. He was one of my best members. Jurassic. Some of the best Pokemon games are those old ones. I particularly love I was gonna say almost any of them on the Game Boy Advance. They're excellent. Though just because I love the old aesthetic of the original Game Boy, there's gonna be a part of me that always really loves the original Game Boy Color Pokemon games. Though they are, ugh, it's a lot. It's a lot you gotta relearn. Or unlearn. Unlearn might be the word. I'm trying to get like the bulbousy nature of this tail looking proper and gross. There we go. What jaggedy edges. Don't want anything very clean. Temtem is a Pokemon knockoff. Okay. See, I'd rather see the actual company who created this do better instead of, like, I don't know, more knockoff companies. Because that's like saying, you know, I really want to see Dauntless do better than Monster Hunter. Sure, I would love to see something like that for competition's sake. Like if they actually managed to make a product that was halfway decent, which they certainly didn't, then, hey, then that's good news for Monster Hunter fans, because it means they're going to make better Monster Hunter content. It has nothing to do with, you know, actually going to play the competitor games. See what I'm saying? It's all about competition. There, it's about all we're gonna see at the end of that tail. Okay, cool. So let me put the spikes on this bad boy. Try and get them rolling up. Do we want spikes? Might be a little odd. Well, yeah, probably should. Not many, just some. And a little smaller. Yeah, kind of like that. Talking to myself, I guess, as I'm doing this. Have to. Gotta agree, not a big fan of some world versions of existing themes. Only ones I appreciate are Glavenus and Ogre's mount theme. Yeah, I do really like how they fixed up Glavenus. In general, the fight as well as his music. They did a pretty good job with him. Considering how the source material was so poor, I don't know, I guess success was almost imminent, no matter what they did. But they did a great job with him. I think the Iceborne ones are great. It's base worlds I don't really vibe with. I agree except for one theme. I think Velkhana's theme is stupid. It might be the dumbest. No, it's not the dumbest. It's one of the dumbest Monster Hunter themes I've ever heard. By dumbest, I mean like it just sounds dopey and childlike. It just sounds like here comes Velkhana. Here I am, gonna get you. It's just, it just sounds like it turns this what should be an epic dragon battle into a dumb Cartoon Network show, and oh man, stop! It's so bad. Just want it to stop. Seriously, it's a terrible theme. I'm not a big fan of Nergigante's music either. It's like most of the music I love, except for the flagships for Monster Hunter World. They did an awful job at those. The rest, pretty good. Pretty dang good. Try and get these folds in here correctly, because it's got lots of folds all over the tail. I don't hate Velkhana's, it's just not fitting for that monster. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. You know, if we were fighting like, I don't know, you know what's so weird about Velkhana's? There are some bits of it where you can hear a nice like set of strings and melodies that should fit that monster. The problem is it immediately goes right back to like a dopey and you're like, oh dude, shut up. Make it stop. I don't know. It's because of like terrible music and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, I can't fight him. Just gotta stop. It's just so bad. I tune the music out when I hunt anyway, so I don't mind most of it. Really? The music's real nice in that game. Might try Monster Hunter because of your videos. Barman, yeah, tried Monster Hunter. You know, I guess based on what kind of systems do you got? I can recommend which one to try. Unless, of course, you just want to try, like, PC. That may be the best way to go, if your PC is strong enough. This is Teostra right now. Teostra's alright. I don't particularly love this music. It's just there. It fits him very well. So that's why I'm not complaining about it. It's okay. If it fits the monster and it's not like the most catchy, amazing thing ever, it's not like I'm complaining about the theme. I don't want to complain about the theme like that. It's when they don't match or don't sound right. Like Nergigante. It don't sound right. Velkhana in particular, that's one that's a real problem. That don't sound right. Luna Teo's old themes were amazing, then they sound so much milder now. I agree. They're not as intimidating. Also, I know this sounds really weird to say too. I feel like Teostra is not as intimidating as he used to be in general. And I think that's because of how easy it is to either stop the bomb or predict the bomb, and then the blast radius of the bomb is so much smaller. So before you had to leave the area pretty much to avoid the bomb. And now like Supernova is not that hard to dodge, and even still you can have a fireproof mantle and it won't even hurt you. Well, it will, but not much. So yeah, I don't know. Not a huge fan of those guys. I have Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and a laptop. GTX 1050 GPU. I still wouldn't run it on the laptop. I mean, the game's already got some load time issues and stuff like that, just base, because there's so much. PS4, the thing is that, like, you can get it on Xbox, but the problem is, like, most players don't play on Xbox, so you're not really gonna, if you need help from other people online, you're not really gonna be playing with other people, unless you actually have friends yourself who also have an Xbox and also will play Monster Hunter with you. Otherwise, you're in a lot of trouble because there's not really a lot of people who want to play it on Xbox. I don't know. I think it's just an Xbox is underselling lately. That's a Microsoft thing. Maybe they'll fix it for their Xbox Series X, not Project Scarlet, which sounded so much cooler. No, it's Series X. Xbox Series X. That's so stupid. I can't believe they were serious. I saw that. I think you guys have my reaction to that video. Like, I saw it and I burst out laughing. I think Kim did too. So stupid. So freaking stupid. All right, so we got the Tarask inked. I have glow effects, but I don't think I'm gonna use that. I'm just gonna delete this layer. Instead, I'm gonna go to the fill, which is gonna be our colors. We're gonna figure out what kind of colors we're gonna throw this guy down. But first, I'm gonna take a quick piddle. I'm gonna answer your questions really quick. I was thinking of shiny hunting on Friday and maybe Saturday. Saturday's my birthday, so getting a shiny then would be cool. Just not sure who to go for on sword. Yeah, well, Alcremie would be a really good one, wouldn't it? You know, birthday, Alcremie shiny. That'd be pretty cool. For me, the reason Teo is not that intimidating anymore is that he's much more physical with the charges and stuff. Yeah, I'd rather him go out with the fire and blast moves. Yeah, Lunastra doesn't need them to be intimidating. It scares everyone already. Lunastra, I don't know why people freak out so much more about Lunastra than Teostra. It's not that much worse. Honestly, I think old Teostra is so much scarier. My friends don't have it. Maybe I'll wait till I get a better computer one day. Yeah, I would run it on a tower, a stronger tower. It's really cheap now, Monster Hunter, though, so great time to buy it. Got a shiny Kanto Grimer now Muck on my birthday last year. It was amazing. Try going for your favorite Gen 8 breedable Pokemon. Always an option. I'm not a big fan of breeding, though. I don't know. I love the thrill of the hunt, and breeding just sucks that out for me. It's probably because of my luck is so bad. But anyway, I'll be right back, run into the bathroom. We'll see you guys in a bit. And then the music stopped? Seriously? No, it's playing. Alright, you're good. Alrighty. Color times. Color times. Still not really sure what colors I'm gonna make this thing. Every illustration I see of it is either in black and white, a relief, a black and white photo of like someone setting up a costume. Yeah, I don't really have much here. Bro, I just looked at the commission. All creamy shiny I can only describe as Oreos. Oh yeah, it's a black and white version, isn't it? Very cool though, I think. I know Galarian Zigzagoon shiny line is also amazing. I just hate Galarian Zigzagoon. E2, what have you done, Hamster? It was Squad's idea. We should probably yeah, remove that. Kind of forgot it was there, honestly. Nope. I want this back. Nope. Nope. God. Photoshop. and tablets. It keeps making updates that screw things over. Irritating. Alright, so I can actually remove the layer we have for the sketches now. We don't need to see that anymore. Now it's all onto the fill. I'll make a list of ideas. I mean, I got a random Orbeetle on one playthrough and a random Silk Cobra on a different one. I'm pretty sure I know what those are. I've gotten to the point where I just don't care anymore. Need some Kalyas here. So if we go down in the green department, I'm not sure about the fur though. Probably go for like more of like an elephantish gray kind of color, lowly saturate, a little lighter, maybe like this. Let's see how that turns out, like for the skin. I can work with that. We can lay this down first and maybe throw some more on it later. Hey look, it's a Tarrasque.
It's a turtle.
No, it's not a turtle. It's a Tarrasque. It's not a turtle. It's not a turtle.
It looks like a very cool turtle.
Okay, well, it's better.
Okay. We had it composed somewhere too.
Yeah. Well, I knew what it was anyway.
Okay. I know.
You don't even seem to know what it is with my book open.
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Strong?
Ah. What is this?
This is the mango banana one.
Kim brought me some sludge to eat. Oh god, that one?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, it flushed me out last week. So,
You gave me this while I'm streaming.
congratulations. Good jokes while streaming.
Yeah, you can shut it. It's alright. Great. Great. Oh dear. That can be problematic. Never seen Alex more hurt than when Kim said he's drawing a turtle. This should be the lighter of the colors, and then the body is a little darker than that. A little too big right now. We should shrink down a bit so we don't overlap. Now I colors in the lines, guys. I good at colors in the lines. I do this. I'm also apparently gonna be flushed out with my bowels later because of a smoothie that Kim made. It's gonna blast right through me. So I guess we're on a quick timer now. Make sure that we succeed and finish this. What? Oh, thought she was opening the dough. Is that the famous moldy applesauce? No, I ate the moldy applesauce. Do you think I just perpetually keep moldy applesauce in my house? You know what? I wouldn't be shocked. But I don't. Do we? If we do, it's moldy for sure because it's too old and I forgot about it. But I doubt it's there. I think I doubt it's there. Let's color first and then just erase in instead. So it's a little hard to see. There, let's get those later. No, it's a smoothie of like, there's like mango, banana, ginger, and turmeric, and some other stuff I don't know. And I don't know why Kim wants it, but she's been into smoothies lately. She's been playing too much Ring Fit Adventure is what it is. And it's like showing her smoothies just to like keep squeezing to make food and like buffs. They're like potions in that game. So yeah. Kim keeps making smoothies in that game and she's like, I want to try smoothies. That sounds good. Is that what healthy people do? I'ma do that. I'ma be that healthy person. So healthy. Whoa, hey, hold on. You know what I might do is actually grab like a photo, some sort of stock photo or something of like a mountain range, maybe, and superimpose that into the background, but have it like on a multiply layer or something. One, it'll save me time, but two, I think we would clutter it too much if we did an actual illustration back there. It's a little much. Okay, so that's one tone of this. Let's go a little deeper for the skin. How does this look? That's alright. I like that. That can work. You see, I didn't actually change the hue slider when I grabbed this. I just went a little down and to the right. To the right is saturation, if you see this. And then down is going to be the value. So kind of kept in the same range so I knew that the colors would look good together. Kind of like that amphibian, but also elephant kind of color. Looks pretty good. I think it looks all right. What theme is this? I don't know. I love smoothies. This coffee place near me has a mango smoothie. It's good. Kim makes some that are, like, taste really good, but sometimes she'll make something that she intends on it having a good effect on the body, and that's when the butt explodes. Ain't nobody like no butt explosions. Val's chase theme. That's what we're listening to, I assume. I really appreciate how they made chase themes and all that stuff too. You know, it's a lot of extra effort that they did not have to do. And I appreciate them. Appreciate them so goodly. I might go back in later and give the teeth, the little teeth, their own color, but I don't know. Kind of liking where we're at right now, but let's just throw the flats in first. And some of that smutty in my mouth. Because I can do sketches just fine, it's the line work I struggle with. So, what do you mean by that? I can try and help you figure that out. Because, I showed you my sketch first, and then how I took that to, this drawing. Like, I mean, I had nothing planned before I started the stream of, like, what this was gonna look like. I didn't have a sketch already made. You guys saw me make the sketch, create the line work, and then color this thing in, well, several sittings, but still one stream. That elephant seal-like nose. Glad he pointed out exactly what kind of nose it was, because I was going for more of like that lion shape, which really, like, sea lions have. Elephant seals. Crazy creatures. Basil juice incoming. For some reason, the chase themes of certain monsters are better than the battle theme. Yeah, some are really good. I am surprised by a lot of them. We can be a little sloppy with the color fading into the fur right now, because when we do the fur, it will be on top. Fortunately, you want to color things back to front. At least that's how I do it. When I'm doing it on one layer like this, you want to go back to front. Kim probably colors in a completely different way, and she's been doing some weird stuff lately with layer masks. And I don't really color that much. I mostly do black and white illustrations, and then Kim does my colors. Or, you know, if I do color, I don't really take it very far. I'll do flats. I just don't like how the line work turns out after I do the sketch. Don't worry about how your line work looks when you sketch, as long as, like, you're really just using it as a guide to kind of see where you're gonna put stuff. Like you're like an architect putting down like the lines on like a blueprint. Well, no, those have to be where exactly they are, but still, you're just kind of sketching like where things are gonna be. It's not like setting in stone anything. You don't want to do that when you're sketching. You just want to make sure, like, say if you're drawing a person, their anatomy's right, like their arms aren't too long, the head is the right size, you know, the fingers are positioned correctly, you know. You want to figure that stuff out first. And that's all you're really doing on your sketch. Then once you move on from there, you're really just trying to like draw on top of that. Like you kind of saw how I was drawing on a different layer on top of it. And then you want to figure out exactly where it needs to be. It's like two different trains of thought you want to use. If you don't separate them, then they kind of become the same thing. And you don't really want to do that, unless that's your goal. If you're trying to like specifically sculpt in a really sketchy manner. My second comic I'm doing that you guys are going to be seeing soon, it's called The Grays. It does use like a sketchy kind of drawing, but it has a very different look than what you're seeing right now. It doesn't look anything like this. I think I should lean in more to a painting technique when it comes to digital stuff. I don't know how to go about to get into it. You know, I wonder if I could get Kim to actually do an art live stream, because that's all she does. Well, the problem with that is then you would see some finished colored art from our book, and that ain't a good idea. Well, I mean, I can show some, but like while she's in the process of making it, I don't know how that would work out. Might not be a good idea. Let's finish this section up here. I didn't realize this all has to be that same green. It might be a different green later, but we gotta at least blotch in what is skin. That's all I'm doing right now. Fleshy skin. That's the thing that a sketch, most of the time, looks leagues better than the line work when I finish it. Okay, so sometimes what happens, and I'm assuming this is your issue, is when you're doing your sketch, you're putting all your details into it, and then when you draw on top of it for your line work, you still see the sketch there, but because you're not, like, I don't know, taking that line work back out of it for the sketch and making sure that you're just seeing your ink, you're just going to have issues, because you're going to recognize the wrong things as being inked or drawn already. Like, don't draw the details or anything like that until you're doing inks. Otherwise, you're going to get trapped up and drawing little details, and then your sketch will look better. Sometimes that happens. Like here, if I back out, I'm going to show you an example on this guy. So look at these legs. I was trying to draw like the folds like it's an elephant leg. If I turn the inks off, well, the sketch is below, but if I turn the sketch on, see how it doesn't really look? Okay, it kind of looks exactly like that, never mind. But I just kind of scribbled that in, you know, versus I was trying to figure out exactly where the folds went. So it was a different train of thought when I was doing that. If that explains anything. Probably not. I tried. I think you pretty much nailed it. In response to what? Your issue? Because, yeah, if you leave... What I do is I don't let my sketch layer... Let's see what the opacity is. I was going to say, I don't like my sketch layer on a higher opacity than 30. It's 25. There, see? I never like it more than 30. If you put it any higher than that, your brain looks at it like, I already drew that. And you don't think to sharpen edges or anything like that. It combines it. It's just not good. Gotta fill up on the poop juice. And it doesn't taste bad or anything. It's not what I meant. I meant it's going to we're gonna have some quick evacuations from the building later today. Bit of a fire drill. Yes, that's what we're gonna have. Butt explosions. Maybe, I don't know. Kim's got more of a digestive problem than I do. Well, I don't know about that. I got some weird digestive problems too. Did we run out of music? Did we run out of music? I should probably look. Because it's like all quiet-sies. No. We are very close to the end though. So, that don't make me feel good. By the way, I don't know, I still don't like the look of outlines in my art in general. Well, here, sometimes you don't want to think of them in outlines. Playing a lot with light values make it look more hyper-realistic. Okay. Good, because the way I do it, I don't like either. But granted, I'm drawing this because I intend on colors to be filled in and doing the other half of the job of what the inks aren't doing. There's, I wonder if I should show you guys. there's one spread I inked that I really want to show you with a lot more black and white and like... Right, fine, I will. I'm going to show you a little teaser for The Book Was Better. I want to show you one spread in particular that uses a lot of black and white. So, here, I'm going to pull this up. Alright, so, if you see this, like a lot of... Well, actually, there's a lot less than I thought, but still, like underneath the bridge, it's trying to figure out like where are the blacks going to be? Where's, like, what doesn't have a value? What are we seeing underneath? I would do more with the characters too, but the thing is, like, that's just not the way I illustrate, and I really should. But like based on like where your light's coming from, you want to immediately like drop stuff straight to black and draw the shape that you see. So if you draw the shape you see, it helps a lot more with trying to establish what the thing is supposed to look like, what the volume is. A lot of good inkers do that, and yeah, I don't. Well, it's also because, like, Kim, I know, really wants to keep lots of colors, and she says, well, there's always something better than black to put there, you know? But the thing is, the black saves you a lot of time, and also if you're just inking it yourself, it can look a lot sharper. It can look really nice. So there's some things I'm doing now, like I'm inking black inside of mouths now, in places that are very dark anyway. She's starting to let me get away with, like, inking some of those, but, that was from Chapter 3, what I just showed you, by the way, so you're not seeing that for a while. I'm already in Chapter 3, working on it right now. Kim is the one who is still doing Chapter 1, because she's doing full colors, and obviously, inevitably, she's going to be behind me. Chapter 2, I am finished with, but, Chapter 3, I'm kind of doing a new thing where I'm going in order and, like, working on different parts of the book, so... Right now, I'm going through and lettering everything, and then sketching and doing layouts of where everything needs to go. Obviously, the script is totally finished. I don't know if you guys are curious about any of that at all, but... I'm rambling about stuff that doesn't matter. But this is what I've been doing. This is my Corona break. When we were playing something and someone straight up invites you to play Fortnite. That moment should never happen. Should never happen. And that's someone, they're not friends with you anymore. They have become less than human. They are truly scum. Fartnite, not worth it. It's really hard to tell when we're listening to actual music and when we're, you know, like, the soundtrack is over. I'll buy a graphic novel. Thank you, Bartman. I'm assuming you said it like that. I'll buy a graphic novel. I worked really hard on it. The thing is, what we're going to do is we're going to release it by chapter. The chapters are about the same length, if not longer, usually longer, than normal single-issue comics. And we're going to have them printed and funded with Kickstarter. And Kickstarter's main project, what we're doing, is going to start very soon. It's when Kim is done with the colors and we have the book finished, because you can't start... we don't want to, like, start the Kickstarter project, promise when the book is going to be sent to people, and then, like, things happen, and, like, things happen with the printer, and we don't have it on time, so... We're going to have it like ready as soon as Kim has it finished. I'm going to get a test print done, make absolutely sure we can do it all. There's a lot of really cool rewards on it, by the way. I think so. I would be excited to try it. There's a lot of neat stuff. Hopefully we'll be able to make it, and we'll get some prints out to you guys. There's also tons of digital comics you can read, some even physical ones. I have posters of other old stuff we've done. T-shirts even. The only real HamsterBomb t-shirts. I have them. I has them. They real. I'm serious. No, I believed you. I was just joking. I'm gonna buy that graphic novel the minute it comes out. I am really excited to give you guys some of it. Honestly, the single chapters release are gonna be Kickstarter exclusives. It's like the only way you guys are gonna be able to see it early, because technically this is early. Otherwise, let's try and grab something from out here. I got like that. I'm gonna go for the teeth and the ivory. Maybe a little bit more yellow than this. No, it looks very yellow. Excellent. Corruptive ways of fork knife are on levels someone cannot fathom. Yeah, so the book, like I said, it's a large graphic novel. In the end, the finished single book is going to be like 300 pages. the story is like 250 something, and then there's well, I think it's like 248, and then there is a lot of extra bonus content in the back of what is going to be the end of each chapter. In the end of the whole thing, it's going to be all thrown at the end, but we're compiling it now as we go, and there's going to be a lot of bonus content in this. Lots of behind the scenes stuff, extra like outfit designs and things like that. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and you're going to get to see all of like the finished stuff. So that what is going to be that first one, which is about 34 pages or something. It's a lot. Why? Where'd my brush go? Oh God. Photoshop? Photoshop just done did a stupid, yeah, it broke. Okay, we're gonna reset Photoshop. Photoshop just did a break. Yep, it's dead. We're gonna undead it here. Hopefully it pops back up. People who join your party keep spamming invites to play Fortnite too. Clearly a troll looking to alleviate the misery of his own life. Alright. Oh, yeah, hopefully that's not going to show anything more than those two. I was just going to say, Photoshop, when it boots up, is going to show you some new stuff. Fortunately, I did show you those two little things, but that is all it showed. It could have shown so much more, and I don't want it to. Gotta keep some secrets. Gotta keep some secrets for this book. Also, it's one of those stories that could easily get spoiled if you knew certain things in advance. So I want to make sure that's not a thing. It'll be the first time in a while I actually want to buy a novel or book. It's a comic, so if anything, yeah, it's... don't worry, you're not going to be too literate. I guess that's where I'm going with this. Oh, I must have forgot this. Gotta get these guys too. Also, I should point out, I would generally say that the age range for the book should be 16 plus. Just a warning. I don't know, like, well, of course, that's just a general guideline. I don't know if, like, certain people are going to be upset about certain things in stories like this. Like, if you don't like here, because I'd say it's not like an 18 plus, I don't think. It depends on how bad one chapter gets. But if you're fine with watching like an R-rated movie, then there's absolutely no problem at all. Please tell me there's a poop emoji hidden somewhere in the comic. No, I'm not hiding a poop emoji in the comic. No. Maybe. No. Though, there is a fart joke hidden in the background in chapter 2. I'm not kidding. There's a fart joke hidden in the back. You'll know it when you see it. My friend and I want to write books and get them published. I think I mentioned her about doing comics here at one point, but I can't remember exactly. I can tell you all about that. I have done several comics. Are there any HamsterBomb references? Well, I mean, my books are technically HamsterBomb Studios. This is actually what HamsterBomb is. It's comics first, videos second. I know that sounds really weird, but that's what it had been. My original channel, for sure, that's all it was. Just need to squeeze that word in, didn't you, squad? This lockdown is really messing things up for me. Yeah, it's messing things up for a lot of people. It's given me time to work on this project, though, which is cool. Well, I mean, this isn't going to be in the book, but still. This is obviously a different thing. How do I pre-order just the fart joke? Hell, give me the whole thing. So, like I said, we're going to be doing a Kickstarter later, and the Kickstarter, that's... Well, obviously, the way a Kickstarter works, I don't know if you guys are familiar, you've participated in some Kickstarters. There's a bunch I would want to do, but I mean, like, I have no money right now. But the way it works, we'll basically put, like, a fundraising goal of what we need to reach in order to fulfill the project, is really what Kickstarter is for. So, for this example, the project is get single issues, chapters, printed of the first bit of this large graphic novel, so to make these comics. And Kim and I are going to have to create, figure out what kind of number, however much it's going to cost us to make the minimum amount of those for it's worth doing it. So maybe if it's like, I don't know, 100 copies or something like that. That's very low. But say it's only 100 copies, and it costs us like $400 to get that, and then the shipping is like another couple hundred. Say in the end, like all the stuff ends up, and then the shipping to bring it to you guys. Say we total all that stuff up, and it ends up saying that, just to make it easy, it's $1,000 total. Probably gonna be higher than that, but just say it is. And we have to basically in 30 days raise that much money, and you don't like raise it like, you know, like we try and raise money here, where we're like, okay, here's the PayPal, send stuff to the PayPal. No, Kickstarter actually has tiers where you can actually like back certain things. So you can say, okay, I see in this one I can get a physical copy of the book sent to me, and it's going to cost this much for my region. I will back this much into the project. You don't actually pay that money. Instead, that money, it's not even charged to you at all until if and when the project reaches its goal. Because if it doesn't reach the goal, you don't get charged. Because obviously, like, the person can't fulfill it anyway, because they won't be able to afford it because the money wasn't sent to them. So you can't expect them to do it. So that's kind of how that works. And then, like, you could back it with other things too. There's like larger rewards. There's all sorts of stuff that you can back it with. So for the most part, if those things back and fill all the way up within 30 days, if it has to basically fund in 30 days, then everyone gets what they wanted. Like, everyone's going to get the prints that they needed, the digital comics and everything. Everything's going to get sent out. If not, nothing. It's an all or nothing thing. If it fails, we'll have to relaunch and try again, see if we can change some stuff up. Hopefully get maybe some more people aware of the project. That's going to be a big thing too. I'm going to need your guys' help to make sure that we can send it around. We got to retweet it as much as possible. See how many people we can get eyes on this thing. Actually, it should be more of a gray. I wonder if it should even be dark. You know, like really, really dark. Like almost black even in some of those spots. But anyway, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. So, anyway, yeah, just kind of giving you an idea of what the Kickstarter is and it's gonna be, so that you have an idea of, like, how that's gonna work. Saw Deadpool and 300. 300 was in 9th grade, so yes, I'm fine. I mean, references of the channel. I don't think there is anything like that. But I mean, granted, it's going to be a large part of my channel anyway, as soon as it starts coming out. Because as of right now, I have to wait till that first chapter is done before I can start officially showing you guys stuff. You know what I mean? Because until then, I'm like, hey, look at this thing that's not finished yet. You know. Hair getting your shoulder blades. You know, Jurassic, I used to... Now I think we're out of music. I used to know when I had to cut my hair, when I'd reach my arm around backwards like this, and I'd grab it. When I'd grab it, that's when I was like, alright, I should get it cut. I know it doesn't look it anymore, but, my hair was very long. I got some skin of something in there. Alright, we need some new music. I'm already on the Monster Hunter page, so how about... Actually, there's still 3 more to go. I'll let it play. It's versions of Proof of a Hero anyway, so who cares? Alright. What color I got? I got like a gray. Maybe I'll do like the serrated portion of this. And like maybe do like that. Just try and make it look a little bit nicer than that. So this is gonna be like one of the points people are gonna look at. That's another thing, I would say, like, Squad, if you're trying to make some drawings look a little bit better, the first thing you should really focus on is where are people gonna look? Make that look the best. if you focus on getting your details in those right spots, the whole thing is gonna look really detailed when it might not be, you know? There, so now when we zoom back, that looks like a really detailed tusk, and it's not, you know? Like, I didn't work that hard on it. For time's sake, because obviously we gotta move. We got a lot more to color. I shouldn't even be doing this yet. We need the back done. But at least this is something quick I can do. Maybe I should throw some of these in, yeah, that looks better. Add some of the smaller teeth. Because I do want those to be, like, skin-coated still. Yeah, there we are. A little bit of that lining in here. Yuck. Dude, yuck. Love this thing so far. This is looking good. Give him a little bit more up in there. My friend and I met up for lunch today so I could, my birthday gift from her and a book I let her borrow. My hair is being this length. I look more Native American than usual. Even my friend agreed with that. Yeah, there's a lot of unfortunate cases where people just got haircuts at the wrong time, you know, last year or whenever. Fortunately, I got a haircut like pretty recently before this had happened, so I'm fine, but still, it's not that. Like, of all things, haircuts, they're not that big. So, like, you will live. There's a lot of people who, through this event, will not. So, the least we can do is not care about our hair. None of it. Hey, Mr. Turtles Lake. Interesting name. You know, it's funny, we were talking a lot about turtles in this stream. So we're actually drawing one of them. Sort of. I would say the Tarrasque is mostly turtle-based. It's what Kim said we were doing anyway. Wrong. Wrong. There we go. Big, menacing, yucky. I think I might even want to stay with this color. You know what's funny? This color is actually gray. There's no color to it. I know it looks a little brown. But it's just because of, like, what I'm drawing it on top of. Does that make sense? My hair's getting fluffy and going past my ears. It's giving me dysphoria. Yeah, hair getting long. Some weird times. Actually, I wonder if I should just color this that color. There we go. Kind of give it mostly a tint of that. Like a real elephant seal looking nose. Let's get a dark serrated tooth in here. There's one of our proof of a heroes. Say one of them. I think we have a couple proof of a heroes to get through. Thought I saw my cousin. I have some Cherokee on my mom's side, so I guess it's fine with me. I wanted to get it to the length that Black Widow had in Infinity War. I don't remember. Don't remember. You'd think because I'd be the comic guy that I would know that kind of stuff, but I really just didn't pay that much attention. I don't know, the Marvel stuff I don't really care about as much. I'm much more into independent comics. Alright, sweet. Much the sweet. How about we get a couple extra grooves in here. Seems to be doing a lot. Looks good. Kind of adds like extra depth to it when we zoom back out. Okay. But I think it may have gotten past that. I might see if the lady who cuts my hair can thin it so it won't be as thick. Yeah, that's definitely something that good hairstylists can do. To make sure that like it's thin. thin enough, rather. Weird timing for this music, too. It's like finishing the face. I don't like all that in there. Let's back that out. Alright, cool. I actually kind of like that. I'm going to keep that as like a consistent look of where we're going to want to go with the rest of it. And it probably won't take us that long. So if I got like a middle gray, it looks about 30% gray. So I'll probably grab like another 30% gray when we go over the rest of it. But first I got to pick a color for those multiple layers in the shell and then in the fur. The fur's probably going to be dark like we were talking before. Endgame was rough. Well, I saw Robert Downey Jr. because of Iron Man and Sherlock Holmes. He did a great job, but yeah, the script writers. Yeah, those films were a mess. I mean, they were fun, but they were a mess. Squad, I can't even tell you centimeters generally anyway. I live in a silly world where we don't use the metric system. For those of you who don't know, change me out. Yes, yeah, Chris, you were talking about your boyfriend earlier, right? Endgame was rough. Oh, yeah, I read that one. Sorry, I'm reading everything out of order because I don't remember what I read already. Proof of a Hero feels a bit underwhelming in World 2, in my opinion. Yeah, it does. It's weird. But anyway, we're almost done with this anyway, so I'm going to back out. What Monster Hunter musics do we have? World Special soundtrack. What does that mean? No, it's really short. I'm on KH Insider right now. Monster Hunter Double Cross. That's probably got a stupid amount of music. It doesn't. Are you serious? Maybe just like regular Cross? That's got more. Whatever. Let's just play that. Guardians Volume 1 and Volume 2 are my favorites of them. I love the music and characters. They definitely cast it really well. So let's grab like a deep green. Really deep green. I'm thinking like that deep. Hopefully it's not too dark. Oh yes, that's very dark. But at the same time, like we really need it to look like this. Yeah, we should probably keep it this dark. We can still see my drawings before. I probably don't need to highlight it at all. Alright, there we go. That's good. That's good. We needed some contrast in there. I was a little scared of it at first. It's also pretty saturated. Oh yeah, I noticed musics. I noticed musics. You guys barely use the Imperial system either because you measure everything in lengths of football fields or elephants. No! But okay. Okay. I forget where this is. This is like the generic music when you're fighting out in what's the name of that area? It's the Jurassic Frontier? Is that it? Jurassic Frontier. It's been a while, man. Main theme. I wonder why it played the Jurassic Frontier first. I guess it said it was like from a promotional video or something. Man, our details are not going to be shown on this thing. Oh, that was a weird cut. It cut immediately to the end of it. It sounded really strange. Alright, let's get that chunk in there. Yunk. He's taking a nap right now, so I can't talk to him. Yeah. I like it. I like the colors we got. So I'm definitely gonna go over with grays, I think. And the gray is gonna be the tinting. I don't think I want to put any in the fur because it should look really dark, and we already put black in it. So it's like the black was us tinting it, you know, putting some, well, not tinting it, adding value to it, adding some sort of additional, you know, something to it so it's not flat. Though for the most part it really is flat. It's an illusion, an illusion. Also, we can't spend forever on this. It's already been 3.5 hours, and I gotta... woof. I can't do this all day. I can try. I would love to. I love doing creature design. But still, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Would definitely have, like, an opportunity at one point where I would go back and, like, work on older comics. Dawn, I know, is gonna be one of them where I'm gonna want to go back and mess with that. And probably, like, treat the series I have, like, I have 2 issues and a prologue, and I want to treat that as, like, probably, like, all of that is, like, a prologue, like, in the same universe, but I'm gonna kind of, like, redo it. Kind of start over. Which I know doesn't sound like a great idea, but no, I mean, it doesn't really need to be started over. Well, if anything, like, I can keep it canon, you know, but switch to, like, other characters or something like that, or I don't know how I'm gonna do it, because I really doubt I'd be able to get John, the illustrator, back again, and if I'd be doing it myself, yeah, I don't know. Like, if I'm illustrating it myself, it obviously takes me a lot longer. I can write the book, and, like, plan out panels and stuff like that, and then send that to the artist, and even still, that takes a lot of time to make sure that they even understand me correctly. You know, it's tough. Alright, you know, I might even use this dark as, like, the groove here, but I'm kind of thinking that the shell is more of a series of browns, brownish reds, so, should probably transition to that. So, if you want to use a brown, if you go down to the oranges, you'll get, like, a pretty good brown set, because typically you want to mix, like, red and green to get there, and that's about as good as you're going to get with mixing red and green in the color wheel. Generations? Dude, I just clicked on something random. It's also the next newest one. Let's lighten this up a bit. How about up here? How's that look? Maybe we want something a little bit more red, actually, running through that center groove. Yeah, and that could be, like, the color, or even redder. Maybe not that red. About here. Yeah, like this. Very red. That way it'll kind of pop, but it'll just be for this thing down the middle, and the rest will be much more muted. Yeah, if anything, the Generations music right now is just making me go, yeah. But we will reach the point where it just starts playing tons of monster themes and environment themes, because, you know, Generations was a catch-all, so whatever. We'll get there. Probably should have saved that white I had before, whitish color. I can still color pick it. For these on the back, because we need to have some sort of consistency. And then I might use the same value scale to complete the rest of this. And just this red stripe going up the back is going to be the unique section to the shell. Still not sure about that background. I don't know. What do you guys think about the background? If, like, there's some photo or something I can grab. I don't want to put it on something too photorealistic. I'm probably going to manipulate it heavily, but need that Poke Village theme. Warms you up. The very tune of nostalgia. You know, for me, that would probably be some original Pokemon Game Boy sounds. I'm wondering which exactly. Positive. Okay, how about we jump around here? I'm gonna go the very bright option, and this is going to be the spikes and I think this rib here. Keeping this bright. Yeah. Like it was white, but now because it's like dirty and mucky, it's got like a flesh tone color to it now. Nina Carcos' theme. He's a pretty cool monster. There's some bits of him that are just like a little silly, but there's always like some weird silly bit to a monster. Not all of them, but you know, a lot of them have like some very weird, like, what? A lot of that's just the fun of the game, though. Also, I think they were just trying to be funny with Nakarkos. You know how he just uses, like, the skulls and somehow the abilities of other monsters by having their skeletons. Yeah, it's just stupid. But, you know, it's funny. And the fight is still pretty fun. For the most part. For the most part. I don't know, I never went back to fight him for fun. There weren't really a lot of monsters I fought in that game for fun. Do you have any custom brushes set up? Actually, I do. I'm actually just using the 100% hard circle. I really prefer doing flats and inks with this. And I'm not gonna be, like here, even this I did with this circle. I don't really like doing more than that most of the time. It's a little too detailed. I have a brush I have set up for doing the calligraphy for The Book Was Better. But, that's my comic, by the way, the graphic novel I'm working on. But, other than that, Kim has a bunch. I have some downloaded, but, you know, mostly I like drawing like this, because I'm just inking. Most of the time I'm not doing any more than just inking, so I'm getting really used to how to control that circle. Back down again. Don't smack talk about Nakarkos, he'll steal the calcium from your bones. Such a silly monster. There's nothing smack talking about something that is just silly. Now what is this music? Is this... It's one of the areas. And it's already over, so whatever. Oh well. Did you set up the brushes yourself? You just find a ready set to download. So I couldn't find what I really wanted for my calligraphy look. Here. I'm gonna pull that back up again. Bonus fun time. No, it's not here. Here you go. So, you see this at the top? I lettered that, like hand did this. And the way I did it, you can kind of see if I zoom in. I'm gonna zoom up here. You see that it's like, it's kind of scraggly and like not perfect and consistent. The way I did that was I set like the shape of a calligraphy brush. I got one of those I downloaded first, and it would have drawn normally, but then I used a bunch of brush dynamics and started messing with it to make sure that the inside of it was overlaid with another brush, which was actually scattering like leaves or something, but they're so small you can't tell that they're leaves. So the idea is like as I'm drawing, it's like kind of bleeding itself together, and that's how you can kind of build whatever brush you want based on what you're doing. Like the background too, this was Kim using her own brushes. She painted this in Photoshop. That's not actual watercolors and whatnot. So that's kind of how all that was done. Is calligraphate a word? I had no idea what I was doing. If anything, I've done calligraphy stuff before and failed miserably. The thing is, in Photoshop, you can like, you know, do a line like that, and you're like, oh, that looked terrible. Do it again. That's better. Do it again. Much better. You know, and you can like picky choose the good ones So it's just a matter of how long are you willing to keep swinging your arms around to try and get the right lines for calligraphy to look good. Because I actually liked the look of that, I went through all of the chapter pages, as well as some extra stuff in the back, and did calligraphy for it as well. So I ended up using that brush a lot more than I expected. No, it's not made up, I think. I haven't heard of it, if it is, and I don't know. I only have a master's in fine art or anything. It's not like I have any idea what I'm talking about. I don't. Alright, thinking I'm gonna go, like, various levels of browns, maybe darker too. I'm not sure how dark though. Haven't found your style of digital art. Well, I'd have to honestly watch you draw, and I could tell you what direction would help you the most. I've seen a lot of people draw. I've helped a lot of students. I could probably help you pretty quick. I'd have to just watch how you do it. Or watch what you're trying to do, rather. Meant as in it's not and I made it up on the spot. Oh. Oh, no, it's not. I made it up. Okay. Now I read that in the right order. I got you. I was reading that like, what? That don't make no sense, son. That don't make no sense. Just add a less color to this. About there. Alright. Maybe the darkest should be the lowest level? It doesn't even look that dark. How bright is this shell gonna be? That's fine. Or maybe this next one up is darker. Cats is a song and we sing about cats that go and hunt monsters, and they're not gonna die at all because dying is what Pepes never do, especially when they're on my team. It's the anthem of how we trick new recruits to join up, protect their country. Really like pencil drawing on real life paper. I do too. Just to show you for comparison that spread I showed you before. I physically drew it first. You see that? You might recognize that. So I physically drew it first, if you remember from, I don't know, hour or so ago when I showed you the inked finished spread. No colors, but it's a finished spread. And basically I actually drew it, and get this, my scanner wasn't working. I took a picture with my phone. Because there's actually a level on my phone, and it shows me like how many degrees off I am. So I can actually take a reliable picture and know that it was 0 degrees, perfectly flat and level and evenly lit, and then I inked on top of that in Photoshop. Maybe I'll share my screen someday and show you if you're up for it. Yeah, sure. If anything, that should be easier while I'm working on this. Working on my book, I mean. Because that wouldn't be a big deal. Well, I wonder how we would get it to really function. Because I could actually have you streaming your screen, and then I overlay it in OBS so people can also see what you're doing. Because otherwise I'm going to be talking to nobody. You know what I mean? Be weird, man. Be weird. So raise up a little bit. Not much, just a bit. Okay. This is going to be the next row. Yes, that's what I wanted. Slightly different, not very different. Of all the soundtracks I have gone through and played on here, I never thought I would get to Generations. And yet here we are. Some good stuff. Tarrasque is also an interesting thing I never expected I would do. I mean, I'm glad I finally got around to doing this thing. I color completely differently than I used to. Like here, for example, Squad, if you pull up, or if anybody interested, want to see how I used to draw digitally painted stuff, pull up in the Wycademy room. I have an illustration I did. Particularly pull up the Gargoyle one. That one is a physical drawing pencil. You can even see some of the pencil marks. And I just started photoshopping and like drawing on top and under it to try and get the colors in. I don't do it like that anymore. It's just really messy. I like cleaner stuff. I feel like I've improved a lot over the year, even though I spent the better half of it doing absolutely nothing digitally art-wise. You know, sometimes that happens, you know. It's not all sitting down and just practicing, though a lot of it really is. Did I hear the microphone click? Is somebody there? Thought I did. Must have been the music. Squad is allowed to jump in. I can send you a before and after of a character I tried to draw to see. Try to draw? I mean, it's what the Wycademy room is for. Go ahead and use it for that. I'd like to see and help you more. I mean, obviously, like, if you fill that up in there, it'd be a lot easier for me to explain it to you, what you're saying. So I got to see stuff, too. It's like it helps when you had a question, you actually show me a screenshot of what you're talking about. Especially with Photoshop. Photoshop has a lot of features, and they move all over, and then there's every version of Photoshop it's hard to keep in track of. Okay, now we gotta get the other side. Let's not neglect that. This one goes up a little higher. Very weird, uneven shell. It's also a lot easier not having to work from a picture or something, you know, or a character that's, like, real. Well, I mean, of course I'm working from the mythology, but that's it. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna take some of the saturation out for the next one. Let's go same distance up, but left again. I'll join a bit on voice chat. Gonna swallow a couple pills for the headache first. Oy, oy, oy. Hope you're doing okay. That might be a little too bright. Nah, that's okay.
Are you sure?
Oh, I hear a very quiet person.
Are you sure?
I think I hear somebody.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
You're a
The
plant,
voices
you
are
can't hear
asking me
anything.
if I'm sure. You're
Are you
really
sure?
quiet.
How can you hear someone if you're a plant?
I've actually seen some really cool studies where plants, like me, we've established I'm a plant in DMs, by the way. Now you're in on the inside joke. That plants can actually hear things and will go, like, intentionally grow in the direction where they hear, like, running water, for example, even if there is no running water in that direction.
Oh, that's cute.
So plants,
I think-
we don't know how, but they can hear.
But do they speak English?
This one does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It
What's
also,
your secret?
I mean, here, how else can you possibly explain my ludicrously low IQ?
I've seen lower IQs.
My IQ
much.
is fish.
Blub.
I have an IQ of fish.
Hmm.
Yes.
That's interesting. I might do a study on that. I'm just imagining you taking an IQ test and it just shows a picture of a fish. You are fish, blah blah blah.
You are fish. I actually have before, but the thing is, like, they're all different and, like, they're never consistent. If anything, like, trying to put a number to somebody's intelligence doesn't really do you any good when it's obsolete immediately. Like, the way an IQ test works is based on where you live and like comparing you to other exact same aged, similarly educated groups of people. How well do you rank on, like, memory, speed, pattern recognition, things like that. It's obsolete immediately is the one thing that I find to be really silly about the whole thing.
I mean, IQ isn't a measure of how intelligent you are as much as it is a measure of how fast you learn.
Yes, it's more of a speed thing in comparison to other people of your age.
Yeah.
And so the way they do it, if anyone listening and cares, no matter what age you're at, the whole thing, they always reset the scale for every age, and it's always 100 is average. So you could be, you can have a toddler with an IQ of 115 and an adult with an IQ of 90. The toddler is not smarter than the adult. Not even close. That's why IQs are just kind of dumb the way they do it. But if you know what you're looking at, they could be helpful. Potentially. Oh god, it's Glavnus.
Glove anus. So I can send you those before and after pictures if you want.
Yeah, sure, glove anus.
Though I would prefer to send you these on private chat.
Okay. Well, here, let me go through and try and finish coloring this guy. Like, I got my flats in. What I want to do after this is, let me go back to that gray. It was about a 30% gray. Here. So now I can take this, go back through, do pretty much the body, all the body with this.
Should I send the pictures? Or
What do you mean?
should I just send them to you and you'll look at them when you're
Yeah, sure.
finished?
I mean, it's not gonna like ding me right now, so.
Yeah. Okay. So the first one I'm gonna send you is the actual reference where I got it from. It's from a show.
Okay.
And the two. Then I'll send you the one I attempted a year ago and the one I did not.
Ah, okay. So you got like a side by side of when you've tried this.
The thing is, most of the time my problem is that you can tell who the character is if you've seen him before, but something's just off.
Okay. Here, I'm kind of curious. If I can glance and just tell you really quick. Okay,
The second one I think captured his features better.
yeah, okay, so here's, I think, is you're looking at the wrong, how do I say this? You're looking at, like, the wrong details trying to fix them. I think you're getting the, likeness, as in, like, the anatomy and sculpt of a person's face done really well. What you need to look at is, how to put, like, more depth and,
Yeah, because it isn't really the same emotion.
yeah, it feels flat.
Are you talking about the first one or the one I did last week?
Oh, they're both kind of, like, doing the same thing, though.
Yeah, the second one's just in black and white. But you see what I mean about the line work versus the sketch. In the second one I kept kind of the sketch format, but in the first one it's more of a finished line work even though it's still sketchy.
Kind of, not really.
Huh. I just took a wrong example. I think the best example of this is when I tried to draw a Tigrex.
Did I see that?
It was a long time ago, I think you did.
I gotta
The
turn this
sketch
capacity
came
down,
out.
this is too high.
the sketch came out really good, but when I actually did the line work and tried to color in, it just didn't feel right.
That's kind of a bummer. I've had that happen before, though. I mean, granted, like, if I have a problem with a creature like that and it exists, I'll just keep messing with the sketch. It depends on what you mean by doesn't look right.
I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't feel right. Like you look at it, and you can tell it's Tiger X, but there's just something missing or something that shouldn't be there, and you can't put your finger on it. It might have to do with the fact that I'm kind of a huge perfectionist when it comes to this stuff, but I don't know.
So you think you're seeing something that's doesn't need fixing?
Or I'm just seeing something that's missing, if it makes sense.
Okay. Well, with monsters and stuff like that, if it's an anatomy thing, then
yeah, but even when I draw human faces, for example, how else do I wish I can grab another example. I think I can. Let me check.
Yeah, but if anything, like the people watching aren't going to be able to understand what you mean, unless we were actually using the Wycademy room for this.
I don't think I have anything handy that can show you. I think I've gotten the hang of drawing human faces much better because of a project I did over last summer.
Yeah.
Where I had to like draw a lot of human anatomy and stuff, so I was able to get some practice in. But it wasn't on a digital medium, it was on actual paper.
That shouldn't matter.
Still carried.
If it's anatomy,
still carried.
yeah, then it doesn't matter.
It's still carried over. The thing that I'm struggling with mostly is, first of all, the shading. And
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
thinking that might be your issue, is like to try and get volume right and understand how the shading would work. You might want to actually work from a photo or some image, and you have to try and not look at what you think are outlines, but instead see it for shapes. Like here, just for example, I know it's delayed, but like if you looked at this leg and this shape that I just blotched in right here really grossly, I'm not gonna keep it, but say that shape is like bright white in the picture. Keep it white and put like what's next to it dark, or whatever it's supposed to be. Just follow what you see and don't try and fake stuff out to what you think it's supposed to look like, because if you keep changing stuff, then the lighting won't work, and that's gonna keep things looking really unnatural, and you're gonna look at like, I don't understand why it doesn't look real, but it doesn't. And it's usually because of a bunch of little things you might have done to the drawing and you didn't realize were actually working in the wrong direction for you. Does that make sense?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you
It's because
like
I'm
here like this. You know, there is an eye right here on my face from this angle. I'm trying to keep it at the right angle so you barely see it. And you know that eyes are usually, they're white. Don't color it white. You know, if what you're seeing in the image you're working from isn't white. If it's a dark room, it shouldn't be white.
yeah.
You know, like it could be that color to start with, but you probably shouldn't keep it that color permanently.
Yeah, that's why I used the gray background in effect. In the image I just sent you. Because, if you use a white background, you can't go a shade lighter than white. So I try to use a gray background so I can incorporate some highlights.
This middle background I have here is always middle of the road opacity too.
Yeah, obviously the one I sent you now isn't finished. It's still quite a ways from finishing it, but I'm just trying to find out what technique I can use to get it from that to actually looking realistic.
You want it to look realistic?
Yes.
So, you would definitely want a bunch of different brushes. There's going to be some good ones out there if you just look up brushes that are good for hair, brushes that are going to be good for fabric, and you're going to have to practice with them and figure out how do you get that brush to behave the way you want. And then you got to figure out, you know, what are the actual colors that you need down. The color can be tough.
Yeah, you know what's also a bit difficult to kind of get used to? It's more of a getting used to a thing, obviously, but the fact that when you draw on paper, you're kind of seeing everything in real time, whereas when you're drawing on a tablet, it's kind of disconnected from your hand, if it makes sense.
Okay, well, you said real time. Hopefully your tablet responds in real time.
Real time was the wrong phrase to use, but
I think I know what you mean. Like, yeah, there's
you're
a
not
little
seeing
bit of
your hand move. Sometimes a lot of stuff I draw, for example, when I draw eyes, it's mostly muscle memory. I just know the general movement I need to take in order for an eye to look good. But when I do it on a drawing tablet and seeing it kind of disconnected from my hand, kind of feels weird at first.
You gotta get used to that. Yeah, that's... I had a student who refused to use a drawing tablet because of that, and they said that it messed them up and they couldn't get any better with it. And I just kept trying to tell them, you have to just get better with it, because it's gonna look way nicer in the end.
Yeah, that's the thing. And way less expensive too.
Yeah, and way less expensive. Like here, for example, to make some of my earlier comics, I had to buy loads of paper. I even have this huge scanner that I don't even use anymore. And there's all sorts of equipment you gotta purchase just to make some of this stuff. And that's just making a comic. You can make, anything. And it's gonna cost a ton of money just for all the paper and even if it's paper, it could be canvas. I don't know what you're working on or what you would even want it to end up looking like, but it's gonna cost a stupid amount of money.
Yeah, and the thing with drawing really realistic stuff is sometimes the texture of the paper kind of messes with the shading.
Yeah, I don't like that. Though sometimes, like, you want it to be there and you're like, oh, well, it's the right color.
I mean, it depends. If you're trying to make it look really realistic and there are like white grains everywhere,
yeah,
it kind of messes up with the whole... Sorry if my voice sounds raspy, I just lost it for some reason.
You're fine. I'm trying to throw some in here anyway, even though I said I wouldn't.
I got used to blending stuff at least on.
Yeah, as you can see, I don't really do blending in here.
Yeah.
It's not like I don't like doing it. Kim does lots of blending if you see any finished book with better stuff. But I mostly, when I do coloring in here, I'm just doing flat work. Okay, yeah, so that's getting pretty good, pretty far. I just wanted to like try it in a bunch of different spots. I might go over when we're done, like kind of shade some stuff again, but I don't really know. This guy's taking a long time.
The thing I found success in doing when I started drawing recently again is blocking in, like using a big brush on purpose just to block in the general shape, and then I cut out the... I kind of...
To sketch?
Cut it out by using... Not... Just drawing in... Because... How do I explain this? It's kind of a sculpting thing, you know, where I just kind of draw in the general shape of a nose, for example, then I use an eraser to just cut out the detailed parts, if it makes sense.
Yeah, that's how I ink. So, I'll sometimes, if I'm not positive how, like, the side of a profiled face is gonna look, I might make a wider, blotchier line for the side, and then use the eraser and kind of chisel out the little bits that I know are gonna be there, and then like I'll go on the other side and work it in. Because sometimes I won't know like what's the right angle for this chin, you know, and the way to do it is by drawing a little too large and then carving your way out. If I was able to do more of the streams with you guys, I would show more of the art stuff. The problem is I was getting to like a spoilery bit of the second chapter, and I couldn't really stream it for a long while. That's why we haven't seen those enough. I don't know when the last one was we did. So yeah, that's a problem. I definitely need to be doing that more.
Someone I'm taking a lot of inspiration from lately is the mangaka of JoJo.
I did watch a little bit more of that lately.
I was right when I told you it gets better, then wasn't I?
Yes. I tried to have Kim watch an episode of it. She was not getting the humor.
Yeah, it's... Part 2 is my favorite part so far. But it's really hard to pin down everything to favorites and stuff, because a lot of it just comes down to being on the same level.
The beginning sure wasn't.
Yeah, the beginning... yeah, the first 3 episodes of part 1 were good, but then it just gets boring real quick.
Yeah.
But if you tough it out and wait for part 2, you actually have a personality there.
Yeah, it's like the joke wasn't coming off. Like, it might have been funny in Japan, but it just didn't really work.
Yeah. Though, if you wait, in part 4 he kind of changes his art style, and you kind of see it evolve as the series progresses, and
yeah, like it keeps getting like poppier. Like when a fight starts now, it's like his hair turns green, and the background...
Oh yeah, that's kind of his style. He likes to invert colors every now and then.
There's a bunch of comments I'm missing too. Sorry about that. Are you going to do the giveaway later? I wasn't doing giveaways, but I was still giving out Pokemon from Q-Charm for anybody who would make donations to the channel just to help us out. And could be any amount, didn't matter. Still doesn't. You can still jump in and grab a last second one. I'm online right now, able to trade. So that's the thing we're still doing. If someone hasn't picked up their shiny by today, though, we still have a few more we're waiting for. You can see over my head. They were probably going to have to go to a mod. I'm not sure who yet. I'm going to ask around. I will make sure I have a video explaining how that works once all this is said and done. There we go. Might move on to this. Yeah, let's do it.
For example, this is it's from the manga of part 7. Should I send it in Wycademy or general chat?
What?
It's a cover, I think, of one of the mangas.
Is it art you're trying to do? I'd rather just your art go in there.
Oh, okay.
Unless
So
you're
should I
showing like
send
a
it on-
before and after, like the original and then this.
Oh no, I tried to do this, but it didn't come out right, so I
Okay, yeah,
scrapped
if it's
everything.
not relevant to it, then probably shouldn't post it in there.
I'll send it in general then.
Okay. I mean, I can't really see it right now, but
That's okay.
yeah.
Check it that way.
I'll check it later.
I adore his art so much. It doesn't feel like other anime, you know?
No, it doesn't. Hey, actually, explain how the Q-Charm giveaways can still be carried out once the stream ends. Yeah, so that was basically what I just said. So I keep forgetting that my Switch charger's in the living room and not on the bed from yesterday. Oh, that looks cool. Oh, thanks, Chris. Joined a shiny G-Max Pikachu Raid and Shield. He locks on your side of that. That's pretty sweet. And can help out if you want. I got Jen. Oh, Camera French. That'd be awesome if you could help out with that. So yeah, I'd have to find someone who can trustfully like hold on to those things and just kind of wait. Because I have a list. Obviously, it's very small. People in my head who still need to pick up their Pokemon. I want to make sure that they can. Ah, Gammoth. That's some good music. Really fits the monster. I think that's why he's got that. I mean, Chris. All 4 participants get a chance at catching it. Host is the only one who can catch den Pokemon. The others just help. Really? That's totally wrong. Okay. I would trust Glaceon on that one. Anyway, I don't really know though. Didn't play it myself. Was going to. I was totally going to stream some of it, and then the virus thing happened. A friend of mine was going to lend me the game. Yeah, it was going to be a fun surprise. We were going to jokingly play Sword and Shield on my channel.
Everything changed when the coronavirus attacked.
Yeah, I know. Thank that, I guess.
Did you ever watch Avatar: The Last Airbender?
The TV show? No.
Yeah.
Was never really a fan of it. There goes that conversation thread, I guess.
I was more bringing it up than actually preparing a conversation.
You're really quiet again.
I can barely talk for some reason. Let me just move the
you
mic
got
closer.
It. Fat, chubby, shiny chew.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
Sorry, I can barely talk.
It's okay. I mean, the closer you can get to your mic, I guess it helps.
Yeah, I just don't want to get to a part where I actually hit it with my lips.
Don't worry about that. We will forgive you. We'd rather hear what you're saying.
Or that you hear my breathing. Let me move it up. There.
Yeah, Crystal would have that issue.
I just tried not putting it directly under my nose.
Yeah, normally, like stuff like this, I try and do pretty quickly, especially if it's a creature like this where we're kind of making up the folds and gunk.
Gunk.
I don't know what else you call this. Cellulite. Yeah, just kind of going.
Hey, it's trying its best. It's on a diet, okay?
I'm wondering if I should go through later and add shadows to it, but I kind of like it being in full color, cartoony looking. You know? I'm not sure. But it might need it for like the back legs and stuff. Oh yeah, I can feel that smoothie doing its job. Oh boy, that ain't good. Kim, why have you done this to me? I'm still not even done with it.
It's starting to obliterate your GI tract.
Yes.
Oh no.
In a bad way. So what do you think I should stream next? So I wanted to do more games again, streamed on here, and have Final Fantasy over.
I mean, weren't you gonna stream Black Mesa next?
Well, I said that's like another big game I want to do soon. Yeah, but I could also like actually next. I mean,
maybe Ori.
You'd want Ori?
Yeah, sure.
All right, what day would you be able to join?
I don't think I can join for Ori though. I only have the Wycademy.
Oh, you can't? Didn't you
because
get me the game?
Yeah, I did.
See, that's kind of a shame. See, I would feel like we should make an exception for that.
If you want to, sure.
Yeah. I think people would understand that.
That's a good game.
Yeah, I definitely want to get farther in, especially because I want to fully appreciate it. Plus anything that's like Metroidvania-ish, I usually really love, but there's something about the controls that were just like so not okay with what I was playing.
I think yeah, I think it's because you played it directly after Hollow Knight.
Maybe.
Because for me it was completely vice versa. When I played Ori, then I moved on to Hollow Knight, I felt Hollow Knight's controls being weird.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's just the way that you fight in Ori. The combat is very odd.
You'll get a couple of abilities that will help you with it. There's one specifically that makes movement so much more fluid. And Ori 2 came out too.
Oh, it is out. Okay.
It's more of it's way shorter than Hollow Knight, so
Yeah. Which is
it's
weird
more of
'cause
an
they're both artsy
experience than a
games.
game. It's more of an experience than a game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that's kind of what they were going for.
The art is magnificent. I loved it.
Yeah, it's really nice art. I really like how fluid it is. I think some of my issues were just with, like, trying to visually read where platforms really are. Because it's so artsy, it's actually kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I think I had a problem with that too.
Yeah, some jumps don't really work. Oh, here we
It
go.
might be the first area though, because the first area is kind of dark. Things do get lighter in color and
I don't
brightness.
think it was a darkness thing. It was like just being able to read something from foreground and background. I'm not sure.
It's been so long I don't actually remember.
I just remember
When I
that's
played.
what I was really frustrated with when we were playing it, and I felt bad that I kind of like put it down and we forgot to pick it back up again. Because there was something else came out. I don't know what it was. It keeps happening.
It's okay. So it won't go anywhere. It's on your Steam
There's
library.
always something. Yeah, I made sure I made a playlist for it so people can even find it.
And you'll be continuing it on stream. You won't do videos for it anymore, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a stream thing. We're not gonna make the videos. I shouldn't have done it like that. Granted, we just got like so overwhelmed with so many things. Like, what happened to Hollow Knight? Hollow Knight would have only been like, I don't know how many streams, maybe like 11 or so, and look how many episodes it was, you know? And I had to edit all of those. So
Yeah, I think it's better this way. It's more interactive. Gives you more time to kind of take in the gameplay too, in my opinion.
I can catch up on comments too at the same time. Goodbye, bowels. I will miss
Uh-oh. Hammy go poo-poo tonight.
you. Or right
He
now.
holding a poo. Did you get a chance to watch the Witcher series?
I saw the first episode. Did I tell you about that?
Nope.
Hated it.
Oh,
It ruined the book.
I had high hopes.
Completely ruined the book. Well, here, I didn't even realize it was going to be about the book. And then when I realized it was like, oh, it's taking the book. That's cool. And I kept going, and I was like, oh no. Something feels
What did
very
you-
cheap about it. It's also screwing up some very important plot points for some characters that you just can't change. It's like the things that it stayed true to the book on were the things that didn't matter. And then the things that it changed were like destroying characters' entire arcs. So it was like, that's kind of crucial. You really shouldn't have done that.
I
It all
mean,
felt
there
like
is
that.
something with the timeline that's kind of messed up.
The whole thing feels messed up. Like, I just couldn't
the
keep
thing-
going.
The thing is, you're not watching the series all in the same. The characters' arcs aren't all taking place at the same time. It all takes place in different timelines, and they eventually converge and meet up at the final episode, I think.
Yeah, but like
So the-
it's all still messed up. Like I feel like they completely ruined Ciri's arc. Completely ruined it. And that's like the most important character who's not there yet in that first book. And they bungled it so hard. I was like, oh. I just couldn't. Just couldn't.
But what did you think about Henry Cavill as Geralt?
He did great. I really enjoyed Cavill's Geralt, which was surprising. I didn't think he'd do that great. He did awesome. There was nothing wrong
Thank
with
God.
him. I feel like the writers did terrible. It was completely not the actors' faults at all. It's just whoever wrote screwed it up. I just feel like they didn't know their source material. It was basically everything that I feared it was going to be, which is a bummer. But that's just because I know the books really well, and I knew how easily they could have messed it up, and I know I don't trust these kinds of groups to do this very well. Oh man, was it? It was bungled.
I mean, I haven't read the books yet. I was gonna buy a book, but then coronavirus hit, so
Yeah.
that happened.
Well, the real, I don't want to spoil much of it, but there's so much that you, like, okay, here. There's actually not a lot of things that you just can't change. Otherwise, you're gonna screw up mountains of story for the games and the books. There's very few things you just can't change. That they like basically took that list and they changed all of it. And then the dumb things that they kept didn't matter. Like, at all. It didn't change anything. It's just like, well, we read the book, see? And they're like, no, you didn't. You, like, skimmed the weird chapters that didn't really matter. You read Spark Notes. Even Spark Notes, if you, like, basically just the important parts. Even if you just read the important parts, you would have gotten it right. But no, they didn't even do that.
Was Renfrey in the first episode?
When I first saw it, though, because I thought it was kind of fun. I kind of enjoyed it, but then I like stopped and thought about it. And I was like, hold on, this messes up everything, and it kind of sunk in. And then I progressively disliked it more and more.
Was Renfrey in the first episode?
Yeah. Oh God.
And I think Jaskier showed up in the second or third episode, right?
I only watched the pilot.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Still watching the Netflix series. I'm still on book 4. Just hang in the books, man. Well, unless you're like a big Henry Cavill fan and you just really want to see something related to what you're reading. But the problem is, like, the main plot of the books isn't going to work anymore because of what they screwed up in the beginning. Especially some of the best stories, they can't tell now. So it's, like, really... I'm still trying to avoid spoiling anything, but...
You know what part I really enjoyed in episode 1? It was the Butcher of Blaviken bit. The fight choreography.
Yeah, that's actually really screwed up from the book, though. Like, canon, what's happening? Obviously, you can't do fight choreography in a book. And what they managed to do in it was, like, kind of even screwing up what Geralt's like. Like, no normal human being should be able to even lay any bit of, like, a close of a challenge to sword fighting with him. And somehow she's able to, like, cut him multiple times to where he's actually wounded pretty badly.
Not the
so
bit
silly.
with Renfrey, the bit before that.
That kind of happened right afterward. The Butcher of Blaviken thing, it's a little odd in the book, too. Where you're like, Geralt's killed way more people than that. Actually, I think that was... I don't remember what the problem was with that. Like, I thought it was fine, and then Kim pointed something out, and I was like, oh, no, yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. Or, like, he wouldn't have done it. It's because of story... It's hard to explain, because it involves things that they took out, and you haven't read it yet, so I don't want to, like, ruin that for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
No, I didn't... It's the fight choreography in general, how fluid their movements were, if it makes sense.
Oh, yeah, they did that well. I mean, it's just story and canon-wise, it didn't make any sense. If I just want to, let's multiply, and I'll be... like,
Hello?
Dark.
Hello.
Hey!
Squad, you made it today.
I did.
Squad did make it.
So, how's it going? I see I came home and the computer's still on the live stream, so...
Ah, okay. I'm actually, right now, I'm gonna try and find, some sort of, like, stock photo mountainous background, and I'm gonna do some Photoshop magic and beat the crap out of it till I have, like, a silhouetted image some high contrast thing to throw behind it.
Cool, cool. I'm just here with maple cookies. Watching.
Making cookies.
Maple cookies, not making.
Maple cookies. I don't think I've had anything like that before.
Well, around here, since maple products are kind of common, like, this isn't actually like a maple cookie, it's 2 small sugar cookies with a lot of maple cream in between them.
Huh.
I can take a picture real quick. One second.
How large is that? Alright, sweet. So first off, I want no color in this. Actually, you know, we got a better way to do this. If you go, since it's an actual photo, I'm gonna go to camera raw filter instead, and I'm gonna mess with this picture. Oh, you can't see me messing with it, that's a shame. There's another window that popped up. I'm gonna crank the contrast, but we're also gonna take the saturation all the way down. Texture's about the same, clarity, let's crank that up. Shadows, let's leave those where they're at. Highlights come up a little. Whites up, blacks down, so it's practically a black, harsh black and white. There we are. Cool. Dude, like that. Alright. Obviously it's on the wrong layer right now, it's gotta be beneath. See if I can get that lower. Now, if I can do one more thing, now that we've got that set, I'm gonna try and raise its, like, smooth its clarity back out a bit. So I raised it first, then I just lowered it. So this way, we can actually smooth it back out again, so if there's any stray pixels at this size, it's not gonna be very visible. Also, we're gonna still want him to pop out, so I'm gonna lower this to about 40, looks good. Alright, cool. Now, background, I don't want the splatter this time. We're using this picture instead. I'm going to change this color out. Also, I still need to go up that groove in the middle. Might add like a brighter red. Just thinking of throwing some of that in there.
I really like how it's turning out, though.
Thanks.
It's really nice.
I was wondering how much.
How are you doing, squad?
More we want to throw
Not
at
bad.
him. Squad?
Hello.
You got quiet.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Not bad. At the moment.
You don't hear.
Okay, I put the maple cookie on Discord.
I want a cookie. I want a cookie too. It's my cookie. I saw it first.
But you see me taking a bite out of it in like the 7-second clip that's there.
What kind of pigment background should we have here?
I'm not sure. What do you think would fit best?
Neon pink. As I say that, you will switch to
Kind of
pink.
pick this like because you want to pick something that is going to be subdued and he'll bounce off of better.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks pretty.
We're gonna brighten that a
Yeah,
bit.
it looks good that way.
Saturate it a little, just a little. There we go. Okay, cool. So, I think there's just finishing touch stuff I want to do from here on. I think I want to do a little bit more. Running up this groove in the center. Might even grab like a much brighter orangish red, maybe even more red, very red. Just so we have like some.
The blood of my enemies are
section that's like very bright on him. There we go. That'll look good. And then I might use this red later and like get the tips of the plates on the shell. So it still kind of looks like the same thing. Oh, the music just stops. That was weird. I didn't do that.
You know what you forgot to do in this part?
Huh?
You forgot to make him hold a poop.
Him?
Yes,
Why did he need to hold a poop?
because he holding a poop.
Thanks, squad.
It's a pleasure.
We're all happy to have you.
Uh,
Where would
That
we be
makes
without
He
you?
has a certain he has a certain flavor to the conversation.
He
Yes.
holding a poop.
What flavor is that, you say?
Poop flavor.
Poop
Pop Tart.
Or strawberry.
I just said Pop Tart.
Yes, but what flavor Pop-Tart?
All of it. Just yes.
Not the gross ones that squad I know you imported or whatever.
Oh no, I just found them on the street.
You saw it laying on the street.
Yeah. So you know what, why not?
You know, I'm not surprised.
Oh, I tried another flavor of Pop-Tart a while back.
Dude,
And
stop
it was
eating
actually
it.
good.
Really, what was it?
S'mores.
Ew. Why are you eating the
You
gross
keep
ones?
not picking. Yeah, you're not even picking the ones that people like.
People are overrated anyway.
Like here.
I like-
The most popular ones are gonna be like the normal cinnamon one, cinnamon brown sugar, I think it's called. There's like a wild berry. There's a strawberry. Just go for
Okay,
those.
I hated the cookies and cream Pop-Tarts.
Yes, and so does
I like-
everyone else in the world.
But I like the s'mores one.
Ugh. They're not supposed to be desserts, you know that, right?
No.
No?
I just ate them when I wanted to.
Did you even put them in a toaster?
What's a toaster?
What do you mean, what's a toaster?
What's a toaster?
Uh,
Most of the time I just ate them raw.
raw.
Yeah.
Like a college student.
I mean, if I wasn't in America, I would be a college student. Would I not?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
I thought you were older than me. I'm surprised.
No, I'm 18. And a half almost. I'm getting old.
No, you're not. You're younger than my young sister.
How old are
Youngest
you,
sibling.
Alex?
Hmm?
He is exactly 10 years older than me. So he's 28.
I'm 28, yes.
Cool.
Haha, I did a memory.
He did a
I'm 19.
I'm older than everybody, and it makes me feel
We're all-
bad.
Why? It means
I
you're
feel
more
bad.
experienced.
Experienced at what?
At
Life.
being experienced. You're more experienced in being experienced. Put that on your resume.
I has the experience. I has it. You know, a little less red might look good on the...
Did he spill tomato ketchup on him again?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, silly to ask.
What soundtrack's playing right now? I can hear every now and then. I can hear like a little clip of it when you guys are talking.
Oh, it's Monster Hunter Generations.
Oh,
I
okay.
just ran out of worlds, so I continued the Monster Hunter thing.
I feel like there wouldn't be much of it. Like, if we're counting tracks that are, like, originally from Generations, there wouldn't be many
but
tracks,
there's
right?
so much that actually is from it. It's weird.
I guess
that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, there's a few monster tracks and a few general area tracks, but I can't really think of anything else.
There we go. That's a lot better, I think. Now, how does that look small? If anything, I might want to do just a little bit of shading. Not much. No full. Well,
Alex, we found an insane person. Christopher Allen Curry. S'mores Pop-Tarts. He says, S'mores Pop-Tarts taste gross to me. I love the cookies and cream one.
Oh, God. People are all nuts.
And he then says, Squad, you dummy, Pop-Tarts are breakfast food.
I don't eat breakfast though.
What is this
breakfast?
breakfast you speak of?
Breakfastas.
In the morning, I just suck out the souls of the innocent and let them nourish me. It's worked out so
we
far.
all do.
Yes. My skin is practically glowing at this point. You should try it.
There's not
very
enough
therapeutic.
innocent around here.
It's a shame.
Definitely move there. Given the chance.
I think here it's the opposite of Australia. Where Australia, everything wants to kill you. Here we have virtually nothing that can kill you. Except the people and the trees.
Cameron says, Squad is Satan, confirmed.
That's just a hobby. How else are you supposed to get nourishment? Cameron, if that's even your real name.
Yeah, really. Oh my god, it's this crazy K-poppy music when you beat Glavenus.
K-pop.
Yeah.
Imagine BTS jumps out of Glavenus' stomach and does a number. Fortnite default dances all over his rotting corpse. That would be something.
I don't know what they were thinking with this.
I haven't seen you T-pose in a long time.
I was thinking of sending you a random T-pose picture because I thought it would make you smile.
It would actually.
Like out of nowhere.
It would honestly make my day. Unless I died or something.
Oh, okay. Well, that might kill you.
What?
Then I'd be dead and wouldn't be able to look at this.
Okay, I can't do it anymore. I can't listen to this. Where are we? Skipping this crap. I haven't eaten in 2 years.
Honestly, Cameron, when you consume the souls of the innocent, you don't need to eat.
There we go. Alright, I threw the shading underneath it this time. I think we're pretty good. And I think that smoothie is about to explode out of my anus, so we might be running out of time.
Is it about the Falcon Punch here?
It's
The more the stream progresses, I lose the ability to speak more and more.
You say that, but I have done a couple days where I have back-to-back double streamed 8 hours each day.
Weird flex, but okay.
No, I'm saying like my throat was dead. Helps a lot when there's other people on with me though, because then I can only speak when spoken to sometimes, or just like focus on other things.
I thought you were gonna say calibrate my voice.
I need to calibrate my voice a little bit. I have a little bit of a... It's like a high pitch right now.
Or maybe I could be an announcer from the radio. From
the
50s.
30s.
1930s. Here's Cameron French in the 1930s. Yay! I love exploding butt smoothies. Happy emoji.
They make my butt explode.
Oh god,
Thanks
I'm
for the
actually
tea,
starting to feel
Fozerone.
really sick now. Ugh, why did she bring me this? Okay,
What kind of smoothie was it?
I know there was ginger and turmeric in it.
Have you tried turning off your gastrointestinal tract and turning it on again?
Don't make me laugh too much. I'm going to explode.
Why
Rowan,
is that a
there something you
smoothie?
want me to add to this guy? Or is
I
there
was,
something you're thinking?
Nah, it's looking pretty good so far.
No, I'm
Like,
pretty happy with it. I was thinking he looks
if you
good.
can
I was
think of
gonna save
something,
and
go
post
right
it.
ahead. But already it looks pretty cool.
What'd you say?
I said, if you can think of something, go right ahead. But it looks pretty cool.
I've been looking at him for so long now that I'm like, losing it. I'm kind of happy with how we got the colors turned out too. And also, the biggest thing I was unsure of how to get him to do before we started this whole thing was the face. And I'm actually happiest with the anatomy of the face. Like you described, like that elephant seal nose that comes between the tusks, but the tusks are gonna like lock together. That actually seems like a much more intimidating creature, because normally, like, if you really just chimera amalgamated that thing together, 'cause I've seen someone Photoshop it, where it's just like a lion's head, a turtle shell.
Oh, I
6
saw
barrels.
that. I saw it.
Yeah, it just looks silly. Anyway, better than our source material. I still have my book, The Terror of the Tarrasque. It says it right there. It's on there. I wasn't joking. It's my book, The Tarrasque book.
Who reads
Just kidding.
books
It's got all
anymore?
sorts of dragon stuff in it.
How many Pokemon did you trade while I was gone?
Were you here when we did the Eevee debacle thing?
Oh yeah, no, that was a huge thing.
Yeah, that was
but
the
I
end,
can't
yeah.
remember.
We actually haven't had anybody else jump in since then. Though, hey Cameron French, could you do me a favor and hop on to Gen... What number is this? What's the Sun and Moon generation? 7? 7? Yeah, that sounds right.
Rob, yeah.
Yeah, jump on Gen 7, so, I can trade you some of these things if you want to. If you're not sure about it, then I can message some of the other mods on, Discord, and we'll figure out who wants to do this. I could just make a message and see who would be the most available all the time, who'd be able to do it. Maybe we should just do it that way. So that way I'll make a video and tell people, like, hey, if you want to jump in and pick up your shinies, because I'm looking for, who's this? We need Harry, Nexus, and Paige. They need to pick their shinies up, so that way I can give them to a mod, and they can just kind of like coordinate with the mod to do it, because it's really hard to get in contact with me anymore. Didn't know I needed that saying until now. Thanks for making my day, Danica. Bro, you can see him sweating. We're about to have a critical underpants meltdown here. Bruh, I can see him sweating. We're about to have a critical underpants meltdown here. Yes, and in Gen 7, trading Pokemon. Pocket monsters from Japan are selling
Cameron
out-
says charting on my DS now.
Yeah.
You know what you should do before rushing through the restroom?
What?
Just yell as loud as you can, I'm about to make Yellowstone look like a small geezer.
I've had some other things I've said before. God, what have I have become diarrhea, destroyer of toilets. I've had
Diarrhea reaching
my
critical
favorite
mass.
One. My favorite
Seek release immediately.
one. You know the. Okay, if you've seen the old SpongeBob, You just run into the bathroom and then yell, Krakatoa!
The funny thing is, he completely annihilates himself in that episode.
I know.
It would be funny if nothing's left except for a small
You
anus.
open the bathroom and it's just like this giant water balloon exploded or something. There's nobody left.
Just the blast zone.
Yeah. Alright, Cameron, I'm turning mine on too. You're a mod on Discord, right? Cameron French is a mod on Discord, right?
Yeah, it
What?
is. Mhm.
Yeah, okay, I figured. So, let's see, who I'm gonna send you, and if you guys were wanting to pick this up and you're seeing this in the past or something, I'm gonna send him the Dusk Noir, Duskull, Phoebos, and Larvitar. So, you can hold on to these and try and coordinate with those people, because I haven't been able to find them, because I've tried making notifications, let them know when I'm doing this, and, it's just not working. So, hopefully we're able to get those last ones through and I can just forget about that so I don't have that. This has been bothering me. This and the commission, Rowan. I'm sorry this took so long. It's been bothering me that I haven't had them done
Oh no, it's fine.
for so long.
Like I said, I think I gave you until 2025 or something, right?
Good lord. You know, it's like
Or like
people
2035.
anymore right now are in no hurry for anything. Except me.
Well,
feel
I know
like
you're in a rough
I'm fighting
patch,
the
so
clock
I wasn't
trying
going to
take
bother you
advantage
about
of this
it.
time for Kickstarter. But
You should do a commission for yourself where you actually fight a clock.
where I actually what?
Fight a clock.
Fight a clock.
That would be funny, I think.
I'm online right now, Cameron. Okay. But anyway, I am going to explode out my anus because of Kim.
Yeah, good luck. I wish you the best.
She didn't say anything. She was right there. I was hoping she would jump in and say something, but it's fine. All right, so anyway, I am going to have to get going. At least we were able to finish this up. I'm going to post this onto Discord in the Wycademy page so that you guys can do whatever with it. I mean, I try and make these like profile picture size, so there's that. The Tarask. I'm really happy with this thing turned out. If I ever get to go back and do more Dawn stuff, I definitely want to use this design. I really like the face in particular. So, anyway, that is it for this. Oh god, clenching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Remember to like the videos and subscribe for more. I will see you all in the next stream.
Bye bye.
Bye.